You're up and running.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Senator Jim Dill. I'm the chair of the ACF committee, and I want to welcome everybody here this morning. We do have, 5 public hearings to go through today. And first thing I will do is I will go and have the committee introduce themselves, and I will start with Representative Schofield.
Good morning, Senator Dill. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Schofield, and I represent House District 112. I live in the town of Weld, and I represent 17 towns and townships in Franklin and Somerset counties, the High Peaks region of Maine.
Thank you. Representative Underwood.
I'm Representative Joseph Underwood from Presque Isle, District 147. And it's a great day up here. The ducks are having a great time today, that's for sure. Thank you.
Senator Black.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Russ Black. I represent Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec County.
Representative Gifford.
I'm Representative Gifford. I represent District 142.
Representative Landry.
Good morning, Scott Landry. I live in Farmington and represent District 113, the towns of Farmington and New Sharon.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Dave McCray, coming to live from my hometown of Fort Fairfield. And like everybody, I think in the state, we're getting drizzle and rain and fog and just not a very nice day. So I'm glad to be here, though, and I will have to step out. I have a couple of other committees to perform before this morning, and I'll be back as soon as I can, but I'm waiting on a call. Thank you.
Senator Maxman.
Hi there, I'm Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor.
Representative Hall.
Good morning. Representative Randy Hall, District 114, representing 6 towns in southern Franklin County.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I'm here representing House District 15, which is in Saco.
Representative Bernard.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden. And I choose to think that we're all getting a free car wash today.
Representative Blucher.
Hi, I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thanks for being here and having me.
Thank you. Our clerk is Cheryl McGowan, and our analyst is Karen Netto. And as I said, I'm Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, which is Northern Penobscot County. And as a reminder, don't forget, we're online, and so please mute yourself when you're not speaking, and when you go to speak and ask a question, since it is a public hearing, address to the appropriately, and turn on your mic. Let's see, it's recorded, it's YouTube, and make sure your names appear the way you want them to appear. It doesn't say Jim's iPad or whatever there. Chat box is for nothing of substance. It's just if you want to post a link or something like that. And we're going to have our public hearing process. As usual, we'll start with the sponsor of the bill, followed by any co-sponsors or legislators, then by the department, and then after that it'll be public testimony, and that will be limited to 3 minutes. First will be those in favor, followed by opposed, and then finally neither for nor against. Please be respectful at all times when we're questioning and when we're answering. And I think with that, that should pretty well do it for today. And as I say, we do have 5 hearings. I would ask my co-chair if she has anything to add. Wherever she went, she disappeared again. She did. Okay. Then we'll open up the first hearing, which is an act to prohibit aerial application of PFAS substances. And that is Representative Luke.
Thank you very much. Just balancing all my electronics here. Here we go. I guess. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Trying to make it work here. There we go. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Neal, and the members of ACF. Thank you for the chance to present LD 264, an act to prohibit aerial application of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS. The genesis of this bill came when I saw press reports from Massachusetts that the state had accidentally sprayed millions of acres with pesticides containing PFAS in an effort to control mosquitoes. PFAS was not listed as an ingredient in the pesticide they were using, and people began to speculate as to how this could have happened. The manufacturers and distributors of the pesticides did not know where the PFAS could have come from, and the mystery deepened. Since the time that I filed this bill and the initial findings were published, additional testing has been done by the EPA, and they've discovered that the PFAS came from the barrels and other plastic containers that the pesticide was stored in. It also is possible that the equipment that was used in the manufacture of the pesticide released residues into the final product. I believe that most of the members of this committee do not need much of an introduction to PFAS or the concerns it presents, but suffice it to say that it is toxic in minute amounts, measured in parts per trillion in drinking water, and that it causes various types of cancer, reproductive harm in men, and generally suppresses immune responses in people, which is a particular concern when our society is fighting a pandemic. I look forward to hearing from the Board of Pesticide Control on the use of aerial applications of pesticide in Maine, because I don't know the history that well. In this bill, however, I do define pesticide in its broadest sense, including fungicides and herbicide applications. And any of those products, as any of these products could be potentially produced or stored in toxic containers. This is an evolving issue, the scope of which we do not yet fully understand, and where the science is continuing to evolve as we look at exactly what the source of the contamination could be. There is a chance that the pesticides themselves are interacting with the containers to create various forms of PFAS, PFAS, PFOS, PFOS. Sorry about that. I do this on my phone and sometimes phone calls come in. PFAS, PFAS, PFOS, and PFOA, PFOA in minute amounts. The toxicity of which is unknown outside of the knowledge that most chemicals with this fully chlorinated carbon atom do cause harm to those ingesting it. We had many conversations in this committee about the potential issues with large-scale broadcasts of herbicides over tens of thousands of acres annually in Maine. There is a danger that we're repeating the same mistake that occurred in Massachusetts. As a committee, we have been focused on the issue of whether or not the active ingredients in these formulations are toxic. And now we are being presented with the unintended consequence of inert ingredients put into combination with containers, creating a toxic mix that over decades of application will have the effect of poisoning our land and water in a way that cannot be cleaned up. PFAS and their related chemicals, because of the fluorine carbon chain, do not break down in the environment, in a human body, or any natural way. They can be burned at over 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but this merely puts the climate destabilizing fluorine into our air. They are permanent in our woods and in our water until they flow out to sea and poison that environment. We cannot risk their accidental use while we wait to see exactly what the source of this contamination is and how we can stop it. Thank you for your time. This is undoubtedly a complicated issue requiring some level of conversation in the field of chemistry, and I'm happy to answer your questions as I am able. I also look forward to working with industry and the Board of Pesticide Control to create a regulatory framework that keeps our land and people safe for decades to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll take any questions.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Pluka, for bringing this up. Did I hear you say that this could be caused from just the way it's stored, as far as being in a plastic container or in a metal container?
Yes, so a lot of the plastic that we use in our daily lives has this PFAS, PFOS, PFOA in it. And depending on what sort of plastic container they're stored in. So in this case, in Massachusetts, they were stored in these big 55-gallon barrels. And so the PFAS leached from those barrels into the pesticide. And so they sprayed it unknowingly.
Okay. Could I ask a follow-up, please?
Yes.
And so really, is it the pesticide we're trying to ban, or is it the barrel that it's stored in? Because really, in a sense, anything could be, anything you sprayed at all, or could be, contaminated that way.
Yes. So exactly. That's what we're looking at is where how do we need to regulate this in a way that's safe for aerial spray? So is it just a matter of regulating how these things are stored? But also it could be that certain formulations of the pesticide interact with the plastic in the barrels to create this toxic mix, and other formulations wouldn't cause that. So yeah, we're still trying to figure out exactly what it is. So in this bill, it's not banning anything as much as it is making sure that we're doing testing so that whatever is being sprayed safely.
Okay, one last question, if I could.
Sure.
Wouldn't this couldn't this actually be sprayed, on as a ground spray and not just an aerial spraying as well?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So I was reacting expressly to what happened in Massachusetts, where they sprayed literally millions of acres. So because it tends to be a much wider application when we're doing things aerially, I'm seeing the harm as being increased, because it's easier to clean up if you're going out with a small rig and you're spraying a couple acres of ground, that's different than if you're spraying tens of thousands of acres, in my mind.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep. Pluker, for bringing this bill forward. My question is about, you had mentioned containers and also maybe inert ingredients. Like, are you saying that that the active ingredients would be labeled, and that there might be a potential for these substances to also be in inert ingredients? And can you talk a little more about how that's labeled and stuff like that?
Yeah. So, as most folks who are pesticide applicators know, we always have the active ingredients and clearly labeled on the packaging of the materials we're using. But the inert ingredients don't necessarily have to be on the labels. And PFAS is listed by the EPA as an inert ingredient that does not need to be included in the labeling of these formulations. So when they were first looking at what happened in Massachusetts, we thought that there was the chance that the PFAS was actually an inert ingredient that was being included in the packaging without our knowledge. Since that time, EPA has been clear that, I'm now just referring some other notes. I'm looking at you in here. So EPA has been clear that there is no PFAS included in the inert ingredients. However, there is, because the realm of these fully fluorinated carbon chains is so large with so many potential different chemicals involved, EPA has said that there is a chance that that there are inert ingredients that use this fully fluorinated carbon chain in the inert ingredients. Did I lose you, or was that clear?
Mr. Chair, may I follow up?
Sure.
Thanks. So you're saying there's a chance that it might also be mixed in with the active ingredients, but it's kind of in process to figure that out?
The PFAS is more than likely not an inert ingredient, but other chemicals clearly related to PFAS likely are.
Okay. And those would have a similar effect, or would they be captured by this bill? Like, is it kind of a developing thing?
It is a developing thing. And what we know is that there's those 7 major fluorinated carbon chemicals, I'll just call them that, or perfluoroalkyl chemicals that do cause harm. And there's strong reason to suspect these other ones would also create similar harm. So there's multiple levels that we're looking at. We're looking at not just, we do know that the PFAS, PFOS, PFOA are being created through the combination of the pesticide and the plastic packaging. But there's also a chance that some of these other chemicals are also being included in the formulation and are not being listed on the label.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Pluker, I don't think you mentioned this in your testimony. Maybe it's a better question for folks down the line, but do you know how much is happening of this in Maine right now? What's the scope of this impact in our state?
Right. So I don't know about the use of pesticides, meaning things that we're spraying in order to kill pests like mosquitoes or other things like that. And I'm hoping that the Board of Pesticide Control can report to us on some of that, because I don't know if that's happening in the state of Maine. But I think, in the committee, we have heard lots of testimony about the aerial application of herbicides. And so there's certainly, we don't know how those are we're not regulating how those herbicides are being stored right now. We also don't know how those herbicides interact with those plastic barrels and what potentially could be produced from that interaction. We also don't know what potential inert ingredients are in those herbicides.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Representative Fluker. I guess I should have paid more attention 50 years ago in chemistry class. I don't think we had that problem to discuss then. So it sounds to me like we're more concerned about the storage, the chemical composition of the barrel, the liners of the barrel. Maybe we should have all unlined metal barrels. That's going to be an important part of this whole thing, I would imagine.
Yes, I completely agree. Yeah, that looking at the storage of these things is of a high priority.
Very good. Thank you for the bill.
Yeah.
Representative McCray.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Fluker, for bringing this forward. I think it's a very important bill. I would be concerned about expanding this to all those chemicals that just might turn out to be a problem down the line. But I'll echo what Representative Landry just said. To me, it would be a major, and this is going to be, wouldn't you agree kind of question, but that's not just to make it a question. Would you not agree that if we could eliminate any interaction between the spray chemical, which apparently doesn't have the PFAS, perfluorocarbons in the spray chemical as far as we know, if we could limit the interaction between those chemicals and the storage containers, I see, I'm in nothing but woods and farming country up here, and I see these big blue 50-gallon drums all over the place. People use them for their trash buckets when they can get a hold of them, and it seems to me that those seem to be the culprit, and it's probably because they're cheaper, they're lighter. You can't get rid of them. I mean, no matter what you do, they won't break down anywhere. So they're great and durable. But it seems to me, would you agree that really is, if we could get that, you think we would be making good progress?
Yes, that we are headed in the right direction. So I'm looking at, so we're getting into and this is, I think the heart of this issue is that we're working in an area where we just don't know fully. So we do know that that those plastic barrels are interacting with the chemicals, and we do know that those plastic barrels are creating PFAS, PFOS, and PFOA that have been sprayed in aerial applications. In further testing, they've tested the barrels, they've tested the plastic containers, they've found a certain level of PFAS in those barrels, and then they've tested the pesticide coming out of those barrels. Right. And they found the pesticide coming out of the barrels to have a higher level of PFAS in it than the barrels themselves. So that doesn't follow. Why would they come out with more PFAS than they're coming out with more PFAS than they went in with, and they're having more PFAS. So something is happening in the interaction that potentially is creating more PFAS. There's also the chance that there's inert ingredients which are not on the label, which are not being accounted for when they go in, and then when they come out and we check for the PFAS, the inert ingredients plus the PFAS from the barrel is creating a more toxic combination. So I'm not an expert on this. I'm learning about it at the same time we're doing. So there's something we do know, which is the barrels are a problem, and there's something else going on in addition, which hasn't been clearly stated by the EPA yet.
This is going to get to be pretty complex before we get done with this bill. Thank you.
Yes, it will. Yeah, sorry.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good morning, Representative Fluker. I'm curious, I'm just sitting here thinking, are there any plastic containers that are without the PFAS? I'm thinking about food grade. We use barrels of different types to store and collect certain edible products. Maple syrup, for instance, comes to mind. And has there been any studies that relate to the storage of those types of ingredients or in those types of containers, as you described with the chemicals? You know of anything like that? Thank you.
Yes. So I believe it was in 2005 when federal law was passed saying that they could no longer include PFAS in the production of some of those food grade barrels and that kind of thing. And so to a large degree, that was being phased out beginning in 2005. But those regulations aren't necessarily being followed by barrels being produced in other countries. And also it's possible that, just like Representative McCray mentioned, these barrels are very durable and they could have been around since 2005 and we could still be using them. So yes, we are able to produce barrels without the PFAS ingredient to make sure that we're safe.
So could I just follow up with a question? So would it be possible to use food grade type containers for this substance? Just curious, do you think?
I suspect so, though I think a chemist would be better able to answer the question.
Do you know, Representative, what the PFAS actually does for the container? Since we evidently have taken it out of food containers theoretically, why is it in other ones? What does it do? Does it strengthen the container? Do you know what it does?
Once again, I'm not a plastic chemist, but I know that PFAS was used on paper because it makes it waterproof. I know that PFAS was used, it's used in firefighting foam because it collapses, it doesn't allow the oxygen to get to the fire as fast. And I believe what it does in plastic is that it allows the plastic to be flexible without being brittle.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Again, we're really going to have to expand this to look at the containers as much as anything.
Yeah.
I collect sap in some of those blue barrels, and I have one particular barrel that smells like raspberry flavor because the liquid that they use for raspberry flavor in soda was the initial home of it. And it's been 2 or 3 years, and I think I'm going to have raspberry flavored maple syrup at some point.
Yeah.
But I think we'd get to the point where we would have to restrict it to metal and maybe even stainless on these pesticides. Just a thought.
Yeah, and I look forward to hearing from the Board of Pesticide Control, and I know they've been looking into it and doing research into a lot of these things we're talking about, and I think it's a matter of working with them to figure out what the right sort of regulation is.
Representative Schofield, do you still have a question? I'm sorry, you still have your hand up. I didn't. Nope, you good? Okay. Are there any other questions for Representative Fluker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very
Moving
much.
on to Nancy McBrady. You could let her in, please, if she's out there. And then after Nancy will be, let's see, Brad Sawyer, Heather Spalding, and Sharon Treat.
Hi, everybody. Can you see me?
Yes.
Good morning.
You too.
All right. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee, I am Nancy McBrady, Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. I am here today to speak neither for nor against LD 264, an act to prohibit aerial application of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances. The state of Maine has been focusing on the issue of PFAS contamination in a number of contexts over the past 2 years. In response to concerns regarding PFAS contamination, Governor Mills created the PFAS Task Force to review PFAS contamination in the state and provide recommendations on how to protect Mainers from exposure. The task force issued its final report in January 2020 with recommendations for investigating PFAS contamination in drinking water and food, among many others. Since then, the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and the Department of Health and Human Services Center for Disease Control and Prevention have all undertaken PFAS-related activities. These have ranged from drinking water investigations to retail milk testing to researching the agronomic uptake of PFAS into certain crops. The origin of this bill stems from the detection of PFAS in one pesticide utilized for mosquito control in Massachusetts, which Representative Pluker has discussed. Ultimately, it has been determined by EPA that the underlying pesticide formulation does not contain PFAS, nor does the HDPE container that it is packaged within. However, and this is key, because the container underwent further fluorination treatment by a third party to prevent container degradation, and I can speak to that in greater detail, this process appears to be the source of PFAS compounds found in that sampled pesticide product. As a result, EPA has begun an investigation of container fluorination, possible leaching of PFAS, and the toxicological significance of the potential leachates. The insecticide in question is manufactured by Clark Mosquito Control. The product is called Anvil 1010 ULV. In 2018, BPC had one Clark product registered in Maine under the name Anvil 1010 ULV. While this product was paid for within an entity, was paid for by an entity within Maine. In particular, it was the Defense Finance and Accounting Service at Loring Air Force Base in Limestone, Maine. BPC staff have determined that that product was ultimately shipped directly from Clark to Altus Air Force Base in Altus, Oklahoma. So it has not been used in the state. BPC currently has two Clark products registered in addition: Duet Dual Action Adulticide and Natular DT. Natular DT is a solid tablet packaged in a blister pack and is a ready-to-use larvicide applied directly to water. It is not to be applied via aerial application. And Clark has indicated that it is not packaged in fluorinated HDPE containers. The sole purchase in Maine of Duet Dual Action Adulticide was in 2019, again by that entity at Loring Air Force Base, and that product was again shipped directly from Clark to Altus Air Force Base out of state. Recently, PFAS was detected in another mosquito control product used in Maryland, Permanone 3030, which was manufactured by Bayer. EPA has not yet commented on these findings, and this product is currently registered in Maine, but BPC staff have confirmed with Bayer that it has not been sold within the state. Turning to this bill, it is important to stress that the initial and emerging studies of the Clark mosquito control product links PFAS contamination to containers and not the pesticide formulation for this product. The current science and testing around PFAS leaching due to fluorinated HDPE containers is in its infancy. The BPC staff are actively engaged on this broad topic with its colleagues in state pesticide programs, EPA Region 1, and is already briefing the BPC board on developments at its monthly meetings and will continue to do so. Further, we should acknowledge that in general, PFAS detection in pesticide formulations is a whole new area of consideration, investigation, and response beyond the current issues the department has already been navigating relating to PFAS impacted farms. Information will continue to emerge that will help shape and identify BPC's role related to PFAS. We would propose that rather than assign a specific action at this time to test all aerial pesticides, that this bill instead become a resolve directing the BPC to continue information gathering and to develop a prioritized response plan that we can present back to the committee in the second legislative session with the benefit of the board's additional input and oversight. We agree that this is an important area of work and think taking this course will best position BPC to constructively engage in the state's overall PFAS response as more data becomes available to us. If this bill does become a resolve, I want to stress that in the interim, the BPC does have a tool at its disposal to take action should the need arise. For instance, under Title VII, a pesticide is considered adulterated and not be lawfully distributed if its purity that relates to its inert and active ingredients falls below the standard expressed on the label under which it is sold. Hence, should a pesticide container be confirmed as fluorinated and cause detectable PFAS concentrations, the BPC could act to find that product adulterated and refuse re-registration, suspend or revoke the registration, or to otherwise restrict or condition the use of pesticides in order to protect public health and the environment. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer your questions, and I'll be available to answer your questions at the work session, as well as Megan Patterson.
Thank you. Representative Fluker.
I just want to make sure it's okay as the sponsor that I'm asking some questions, or you prefer not?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Representative Brady. I like the idea of the resolve and working together so we can do something about this. And maybe this is just a subject we should bring up for the work session, but I'm seeing a quote from president of the Responsible Industry for Sound Environment, which represents non-agricultural pesticide producers, who says that 20 to 30% of pesticide formulations use fluorinated packaging. Do you have any comment about that, or that seems to be a much broader section of the marketplace than maybe what you were just describing?
Yes, I can comment on that, Representative Fluker. In the EPA's investigation relating to Anvil 1010, the third-party company that does the fluorination of the HDPE containers is a very large player in that realm, and it's understood at this time that they themselves potentially perform that fluorination to 20 to 30% of the market of those containers. I don't know if that has been verified, but I understand that to be something that people are discussing at this time. So it is a very broad subject matter right now, for sure.
Okay. And just a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Does BPC have the ability to test for PFAS, or are they testing for PFAS in products now?
At this point in time, the BPC is not testing for PFAS in products, and I'll defer to Megan to talk to the ways in which they could. But it does, to your point earlier about the particular PFAS compounds that are being tested for now. We're talking about chemistries that require methodologies to be detected at laboratories, and the PFAS chemistry universe is very, very, very large. We're talking thousands of compounds. So when we talk about testing, we're going to need to be very clear about what currently has methodologies for detection. So just want to flag that as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
And before we leave this, I don't know if there's any other questions. I guess I'm hearing that for the work session, and committee members, correct me if I'm wrong, certainly we'd like to see hopefully Megan Patterson here to maybe answer a couple of the questions that you just brought up, Nancy. And I think one of the questions I also heard, I don't know if it was a question of Representative Fluker, or he mentioned that we probably should also have her speak to the amount of acreage that is sprayed by air, even though I can see this is much broader issue than air, but this is the bill that we're dealing with at the moment. And so I think if we could have some type of a breakdown as to the amount of herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, or whatever that may be sprayed, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that. And I do believe that in conjunction with other bills that have been before this committee, there is a lot of statistical information already about aerial application within the forestry realm, if you will. Right. I will point out that for agricultural aerial spraying, that in and of itself does not occur very often. It's very rare, and actually under current rules does not have to be reported. But I will say that from my experience with wild blueberry industry, for instance, aerial spraying no longer occurs. And when there is aerial application, again, it's very, very few and far between, oftentimes having to do with the fungicide due to very wet crop conditions. So we will certainly provide more information about that. So I hear you loud and clear.
And I would expect the same thing is true, Nancy, about adulticiding for mosquitoes too. I don't believe this.
Oh, yes. Thank you for mentioning that. Aerial application of mosquito control must be reported to the BPC, and BPC did look within its records and found no reporting of of mosquito application through the 70s, back into the 70s. So we do not have a modern record of mosquito control application within the state, which would have to be, again, reported to the VPC.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning, Mrs. McBrady. Could you restate what the situation was at Loring Air Force Base with the Defense Finance and Accounting Service, please?
Sure, I'll do my best, and Megan will likely be able to piece this better together. But what we wanted to determine was whether or not that mosquito control product had been utilized in the state of Maine. And through publicly available information and working with records that they were able to find, they were able to trace that there was a purchase of the product that somehow was affiliated with Loring, but the product itself, if it ever came to Maine, was never used and was actually ultimately shipped out of state to Utah. So it may have touched down in here literally, but it was never applied and has since left.
Thank you.
Representative Pluka.
And just to clarify on the aerial applications for pests, have there been any applications for ticks? Or is there any conversation? I know there was a time when we were talking a lot about potentially doing some applications for mosquitoes and/or ticks. Or is that still in conversation, or we could hear the response for work session if that's more appropriate?
Let's do that at work session. I think that would be best. I don't want to speculate.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Nancy? Seeing none, thank you. Next on the list is Bradley Sawyer. Do I see? There he is.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Brad Sawyer. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Maine Rural Water Association. Quite frankly, I thought I'd be further down the list, and so I apologize to say that on the surface, LD 264 does not impact the water and wastewater communities, but our members are concerned with PFAS and are part of the PFAS discussion throughout a number of committees this year. And so we wanted to throw our support behind LD 264 or a potential resolve it may turn into. Treating PFAS out of water and wastewater and their residuals is incredibly expensive, and unfortunately a process that some utilities in Maine will likely have to deal with in the future. As an industry, we have and we will continue to advocate for source reduction policies that will lessen these amounts of these compounds that are created and enter the environment. LD 264 is a targeted bill that is certainly a piece in the PFAS puzzle of ultimately eliminating it. And when that task is passed to water and wastewater utilities, the cost is ultimately borne by our ratepayers, your constituents, and who you call taxpayers. It seems largely agreed upon that the people of Maine should not bear the financial burden of cleanup as they're not producing or oftentimes knowingly using these chemicals. There's a little bit more, but seeing as other experts haven't had a chance to get to it, I will cut my testimony short. You do have written testimony, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Sawyer? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Heather Spalding.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of MOFGA, Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. We support LD 264, and we're grateful to Representative Pluka for his leadership in addressing this very important problem. I also appreciate the presentation from Bureau Chief McBrady. There was a lot of really helpful information there. And all that being said, I feel like we always welcome scientific studies. Very important for us to have peer-reviewed research, but we definitely urge you to turn off the tap and take a more precautionary approach rather than to assume that the problem isn't quite so bad and that we have plenty of time to study this. We can do both. MOFGA members are concerned about the widespread PFAS contamination of our land and water and our bodies. Excuse me, we were astounded to learn late last fall that Massachusetts was dispersing PFAS over its counties in the southeastern part of the state in pesticide spraying efforts to control the mosquito-borne eastern equine encephalitis. As we know, the chemical was Anvil, manufactured by the St. Charles, Illinois-based company Clark. And while they have said that they did not intentionally add PFAS to the formulation, we now know that it's likely that the contamination happened through the manufacturing or storage process. I submitted longer written comments, but I guess what I would like to say is that we hear over and over again that the Environmental Protection Agency and the pesticides industry do everything they can to protect human health and the environment from the dangers of pesticides and other industrial chemicals. And they insist that pesticides are thoroughly studied and tested for safety before they're brought to market. And I think that this example of what has happened in Massachusetts and Maryland, we have to agree that this clearly debunks that myth. And it really took citizen science to bring the aerial spraying of PFAS to public attention. Testing last fall was conducted by the Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, and it indicated that the PFAS levels were 22 times the limit for drinking water, and that other non-regulated PFAS compounds were present in even greater amounts. So, and now if you search Clark's website, there is no reference to PFAS at all. I, again, really feel like we just need to encourage a precautionary approach and make sure that at the very least, these chemicals that are being aerially sprayed are not further exacerbating the problem of PFAS contamination in Maine. Thank you very much for your consideration of this bill.
Are there questions, Ms. Spalding? Heather, do you know if there's a problem with any of the organic materials in packaging that could have the same issue? And I'm not trying to pick on organic, but I can just see it as a broader issue that then from what was taken today.
It is definitely a topic that is being discussed by the National Organic Coalition and others. Packaging is definitely a problem. The contamination of our bodies from so many industrial products happens very often through food. And so, I mean, it is very much of a concern to the organic community as well. We, again, really want to adopt a precautionary approach, but I appreciate the question.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate the answer. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, up next is Sharon Treat, followed by Julianne Smith, Karen Reardon, and Janet Lynch. So welcome, Ms. Treat, the Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Sharon Treat. I live and work in Hollowell, and I am Senior Attorney with the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, and we are testifying in support of this legislation. I think that a lot of the information that I was going to convey has already been laid out. What I would like to emphasize is that this is an opportunity potentially to prevent something worse from happening. You know, taking a precautionary approach is really, really important. So the fact that perhaps this chemical is not being sprayed aerially right now is a great opportunity to make sure that it never is. I'd like to follow up some of the comments that Heather Spalding made. This really emerged simply because employees at EPA were taking it on and decided to look into it. So we don't know the full extent of it. And I think that this bill really doesn't go quite far enough. The questions that people have raised on the committee relating to the potential use of pesticides on foods is an important one. And I think particularly as these may be coming, and at least in this case is coming from the containers, we would like to make sure that that is not happening with any pesticide that is being sprayed, whether airily or not. I don't think that it necessarily makes a difference here if it's coming into contact with food or ultimately soils where this particular chemical bioaccumulates and is very persistent and lasts a long time into the future. So I would really like to see this legislation extended to include, at the very minimum, research into what's happening there, but also putting the onus on the manufacturer of these chemicals to make sure that they do not have PFAS in them when they are shipped to, or after storage in the state of Maine. I'd like to point out that you've already heard about, really it's a kind of a PFAS disaster. I mean, this is one's on the front page of the second section of the KJ this morning, with the governor calling on the federal government to do like a whole bunch of things around here. But DEP's research so far has found PFAS in fish in northern Maine. We don't really know where it came from. It's nowhere near sludge spreading. It's not near AFFF firefighting foam. It isn't related to landfills. And it looks like it could be coming from some sort of air deposition, maybe not necessarily pesticides. It could be from, incinerator ash or something that floats over from the Midwest. But in any event, it's already contaminating fish in remote areas of this state that should not be seeing anything like this. Not that any part of the state should, but why is it happening there? So we have a chance here to really take action and to move ahead on this and make sure that we address it before what is already pretty much a crisis situation gets even worse. And so I really encourage the committee to vote for this, but also to expand it to make sure that any form of agricultural application is also addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Are there any questions? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and for bringing that issue about application on food too. I'm wondering if for the work session you could provide the committee with the information that you had about PFAS with fish in northern Maine too. That'd be great.
Yeah, I would, and I'm sure your analysts will get this, but the materials that EPA has finally published, it actually just came out on March 5th. So it's like within the month that their initial research on this has come out, and they're stating that anyone that has containers of that particular pesticide, the mosquito one, should be returning the pesticide and the containers to the manufacturers for safety reasons. So they've already taken some action on that one particular one, but we want to make sure that it's addressed, comprehensively. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Julianne Smith.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Julie Ann Smith, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We've represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine since 1951, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today to oppose LD 264. Maine Farm Bureau's Legislative Committee meets on a weekly basis to discuss bills that will impact Maine's agricultural industry. Maine Farm Bureau's farmer members spent a significant amount of time discussing this bill, PFAS, and the issue of pesticide use. After much thoughtful discourse, our farmer members voted to oppose this bill. Our farmers are deeply concerned by the extreme limitation this bill creates for aerial application of pesticides. With precision agriculture improving the ability of farmers to use less pesticides with targeted applications, and the increasing use of drone technology for aerial application, it would be harmful to farmers to force every pesticide company to pay for third-party testing to prove their formula did not contain PFAS. Most likely, this would result in important pesticide tools not being sold in Maine. Maine farmers are not aware of any product that currently contains PFAS as defined in this proposed legislation. We are aware of instances where the EPA detected PFAS associated with the pesticide container, but we are not aware of any pesticides that use PFAS in their formulation that are used by any farmers in Maine. Based on the lack of existing products with PFAS in their formulation, we feel this legislation does not address the issue of container leaching, but instead penalizes farmers for the use of pesticides, which are important tools and necessary for food production. As safety standards have not yet been determined for PFAS, we feel this bill is premature and would have serious negative consequences for the use of pesticides by farmers in Maine. We urge the committee to vote ought not to pass. I thank you for your time and service to the people of Maine, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Blucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, is there any aerial application of pesticide or herbicide on food producing ground in the state of Maine?
I don't think I understand your question.
Oh, sorry. Do farmers use aerial application of pesticides?
Yes, they do.
Oh, because we just heard from Director McBrady that it's not being used in blueberries. What food is being sprayed that you know of aerially?
Well, I believe there are many crops that do use aerial applications, and the aerial applications are actually much better and more targeted than, for example, the boom sprayers.
Just when we come back to work session, if you could let us know, so from within your own members who is spraying aerially, because it's my understanding it's not really occurring in the state of Maine right now. But I'd love to hear from your members who's doing aerial applications. Thank you very much.
I can give you general statistics, certainly.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Karen Reardon.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Dill and members of the committee. I am Karen Reardon, and I am the Vice President of Public Affairs for the trade group Responsible Industry for a Sound Environment. And we do represent the companies that manufacture, formulate, and distribute the pesticides used by professionals and consumers, including those that may be applied aerially for mosquito control, though I'm learning along with you that may be somewhat limited in Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on LD 264. We do believe that the bill is very targeted and perhaps unnecessary. And I'm here this morning to ask the committee to give deference to the Board of Pesticides Control in this matter. They have broad regulatory authority in existing state law. They also have deep expertise and experience in the area of pesticide regulation within the state of Maine, as you know. And we believe that this is an area because, as we've discussed, the science is still emerging. This is a new issue with respect to the potential for leaching of material from a fluorinated pesticide container into certain kinds of formulations. So again, we feel the bill is perhaps too targeted and goes too far at this time in what is an evolving area, but would defer any activity with respect to the use of pesticides in Maine to the Board of Pesticides Control. We think that they can bring great expertise to this matter along with the other regulatory agencies in the state. And we do know that they are in touch with EPA. They are aware of what has occurred in Massachusetts, and again, have the expertise to bring the proper approach to this. I think I would address also for you that the PFAS class of chemistry is quite broad, about 6,000 substances. They are used around us. They are used potentially in food packaging, I've heard discussions, et cetera, semiconductors. So there's a lot still to be learned about what is happening here. These substances are not part of any pesticide formulation as either an active or an inert ingredient. Inert ingredients are known by EPA, so they do have access to that information from manufacturers, and they have declared that both of the mosquito products, both in Maryland and Massachusetts, have tested negatively for the PFAS substances as ingredients in the formulation. So again, I thank you for your time and welcome any questions I may be able to answer for you. But again, we would ask for your deference in this complex and emerging matter to the Board of Pesticides Control.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you for your testimony today. I was just wondering, do you have any statistics on which of your products from your members are registered in the state of Maine and are being packaged in fluorinated containers?
I do not, but I can find that out. I am not aware of any at the moment being packaged in Maine, so I will follow up for you, Representative, and get the information for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none. Next, thank you for your testimony. Next on my list is the final one, I believe, for LD 264, and that is Patrick Strout. So, Cheryl.
We do have Janet Lynch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I did skip over you. My apologies. Ms. Lynch.
Good morning, Senator Dale and Representative O'Neill and distinguished members of the Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on this issue. I speak for myself. I'm from Pownell as a concerned citizen. I am grateful to Representative Pluker for submitting this bill. As a concerned citizen who generally is opposed to the aerial spraying of pesticides for a variety of health and environmental issues reasons, this came as a nasty surprise that in addition to the known risks of pesticides that we may be exposed to these chemicals and whose negative effects are well documented, so I won't go into it here. So I'm very appreciative of that. And while it's somewhat outside of the scope of this bill, so I don't want to keep my comments minimal. I am generally concerned about aerial spraying of pesticides because it's kind of a Pandora's box. Representative Pluker sort of referenced that it's very difficult to rein in environmental ills that are broadcast through aerial spraying. And even the very purpose of it, if it's to kill mosquitoes, we're having these outbreaks of mosquitoes because of climate change, but the knock-on effects, even if the intended use is actually destroying the food chain for species who require insects. I understand that's outside of the scope of the bill, but I'm very concerned about the pernicious environmental and health effects of these chemicals. And I would like to echo what Ms. Treat said about applying precautionary principles. It's an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, Pat Strout. Thank you for your testimony this morning, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate this bill put forth by Representative Pluker, and I appreciated his approach as he described the bill. And I think it's there's some synchronization that could occur here. I'm testifying neither for nor against. I support the concept, but again, the approach I think is what we would suggest could be changed. I represent the Maine Forest Products Council. We certainly have a vested interest in aerial application. We support ensuring the safety of pesticides and believe there's important lessons to be learned by what happened in Massachusetts. We support a process managed by the Maine Board of Pesticide Control in communication with US EPA that ensures human safety, environmental protection against unreasonable risks in dealing with these pesticides. We think the language in the current bill does not recognize the challenges, and I think Representative Pluker recognized this too, in dealing with the myriad of compounds in the PFAS chemicals. I've been dealing a lot with the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee as we look at these compounds as they relate to manufacturing. In Maine, we are selecting some of the longer chain PFAS chemicals that we know have a history of documented toxicity and testing protocols. We got rid of some of those, the use of those a decade ago. And we're establishing drinking water standards for those long chain PFAS chemicals. And that seems to be the kind of chemicals that are showing up in the environment in a dangerous way. They're all present, but we're dealing with what we know and how best to treat those chemicals. We talked about the fluorinated containers, and I think you'll find that the manufacturers are all working hard to kind of clarify if indeed what containers they're using. EPA has got a program that I think is working with manufacturers of containers, and I listed some of the things that are happening at that level. That's why we think it's important for the board to work in partnership with EPA. Although the North Maine Woods is a lot more remote than Eastern Massachusetts, we have similar pest management challenges and apparently the scale of operations. I didn't even realize that many acres was being treated in those populated areas. But the thing that I want to make sure we protect as a tool is all the tools we need to deal with spruce budworm. It will be a very different kind of outbreak and treatment response that we have, but we are seeing the budworm come back, and we have traditionally used organic methods of dealing with it, but it's something that we need to work with. We have done some management plan work with the spruce budworm outbreak. There's a report put together between the Maine Forest Service, the council, and the University of Maine that begins to talk about approaches to deal with the next budworm epidemic. But we certainly want to recognize that the herbicides we used and the budworm insecticides helped us create the softwood supply for our vibrant sawmill industry that we have today. So it's pretty important. So we're supportive of working with the Board of Pesticide Control, with Representative Pluker and members of the committee, to see if we can build sound policy around this issue. It's complicated, but it's also something that we certainly respect our obligation and to ensure safety if we're going to use these kinds of tools. So we want to minimize the threat of PFAS compounds in aerial applications of pesticide, and be glad to work with the committee going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Strout, for your testimony. I was wondering if you had any data around the storage of herbicides currently being used in Maine. Like, are they in these big barrels, or how is it being handled? If you have any knowledge, and if you don't, if you could bring it to work session.
Yeah, I think we can try and get you some information on that. I know the barrels and the compounds. Everybody's working to make sure they can verify there's some kind of PFAS clear statement that can be made. So I think we can find some people that could add some more to that kind of discussion. And again, you know, this aerial application, as we know, is an important tool to the industry on a number of fronts, and we want to make sure the integrity of that program is trusted by everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your testimony this morning. I don't see any other questions. So I believe that was the last one. Is that correct, Cheryl? On this?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Then I will close the hearing on LD 264. And before I move on to the next one, I would ask Representative OSHA, good morning, to introduce herself.
Good morning. I'm Lori Osher, representative of the most of Orono. That's District 123. It's the home of the University of Maine.
Thank you. Representative Pluka, did you have a question or just hand still up from last time?
Hand was still up, sorry.
Yep, no problem. I will now open the work session on LD 820. And let's see, is Senator Claxton? He is already down here in the corner of my screen. At least I see his name. Welcome, Senator Claxton. If you'd unmute yourself and show your face, we'll be moving on.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Should I proceed?
Go for it.
Thank you, sir. Good morning again, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Ned Claxton and I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. I'm here today to introduce LD 820, a resolve to convene a working group to develop plans to protect Maine's agricultural lands when siting solar arrays. Several constituents and a farmer owner approached me several months ago with the observation that Maine was losing some of its best agricultural land as solar arrays were being put up. He noted that the best farmland was higher and drier than the bottomlands and often was located on hills and ridges. Unfortunately, that often means near a road, the most accessible siting for building a solar array. He hoped we could do something to protect the land that is better for crops and animals and try and steer solar arrays to less desirable land. After some research, I found the Maine Farmland Trust, an article on farmland and commercial solar development. That led me to a solar siting guidelines link, and there I found some common sense suggestions and wondered if any of these could be put into statute in some way. The farm owner certainly has the right to do with their land what they want and to benefit from leasing to a solar energy company. That's not what this is after. What if there were a tax or other incentives to place the arrays on land that was not prime farmland or land of statewide importance to encourage dual usage or to use previously developed land? My resolve directs the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to convene a group of stakeholders this year to consider options for protecting prime farmland, encourage solar siting on marginal land, and preserving a farmer's option to use the land to their advantage. This group would file a report, including any suggestion for legislation, in January 2022. As I was preparing for my presentation, I heard from the department and found that they thought this was such a great idea that they'd started on this for past months before I turned my bill in. So there's already some initial efforts in ACF to convene such a group. If the group that's being convened is acceptable to the committee, then I would be happy to just preserve the parts of this bill that set a report date and create the opportunity for the committee to write appropriate legislation based on that report. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am a non-expert in this field and will likely only be able to answer questions about the intent and purpose of the process, but I welcome all questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Claxton? Come on, you can't let him off that easily, so.
Yes, they can.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, for introducing the bill. Next.
Thank you.
Yep, next
I have to
is-
leave and make a quorum in HHS.
No problem. Thank you for coming this morning. Next is Nancy McBrady.
Good morning again, everybody. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Nancy McBrady, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources within the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am speaking neither for nor against LD 820 resolved to convene a working group to develop plans to protect Maine's agricultural lands when siting solar arrays. The department supports working with stakeholders to address the various issues, concerns, and opportunities presented when considering siting solar projects on agricultural lands. Prime soils and soils of statewide importance are finite and critical natural resources. They are essential to Maine's current and future agricultural productivity, biodiversity, climate resiliency, and food security. We are mindful that land use changes are happening in Maine and across the country that impact farmland and woodlands. Simultaneously, renewable energy development, including solar development, is key to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and creates economic benefits in communities throughout the state, and potentially creates an additional revenue stream for farm and forest land owners. Finding the right policies, incentives, and parameters to help balance these interests are critical. At the department, we have taken multiple steps to develop and share information with solar developers and landowners to encourage thoughtful siting practices. We have produced a page dedicated to this topic on our department website. And as Senator Claxton just mentioned, in addition to guidance from other ag service providers, we have developed the DACF technical guidance for utility scale solar installations and development on agricultural, forested, and natural lands. Additionally, in concert with the Governor's Energy Office, the Department of Agriculture will soon be launching a stakeholder group specifically designed to address the issues raised in this resolve. This effort is an outgrowth of the Maine Climate Council's Climate Action Plan Strategy E, which includes developing policies by 2022 to ensure renewable energy project siting is streamlined and transparent while seeking to minimize impacts on natural and working lands and engaging key stakeholders. This key stakeholder group will be composed of a mix of representatives from the following areas: Maine's farming community, renewable energy developers, local municipal officials with solar siting experience, and natural resource focused service providers. We will also invite the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, the Public Utilities Commission, the Maine Municipal Association, and others to participate. And this will be a public process open to the public as well. Throughout 2021, the group will meet publicly to define core priorities and principles surrounding agricultural solar siting, identifying potential siting mechanism ranging from guidance, regulation, or other models, consider current use tax program impacts, and identify practical financial incentives to drive appropriate development. The group will synthesize its findings to achieve consensus where possible and report back to this committee on those findings and recommendations. Given that this effort will soon commence, we suggest that this resolve be tabled for a future discussion, and we look forward to embarking on this stakeholder process on this critical issue. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. And I believe I have Heather Spalding, who wants to testify.
Hello again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the ACF committee. I'm still Heather Spalding and Deputy Director of MOFGA. I am submitting comments in support of the concept of LD 820. And I know that Senator Claxton's proposed resolve aligns with a lot of work that has been done in the past legislative session, and also with a title that Representative Berry had submitted. And we appreciate the department's initiative in convening the stakeholder committee, and also agree that it's probably appropriate to carry this over to the next session, and when you're going to be able to consider more informed recommendations. That being said, I just want to go on record and say that we enthusiastically support the efforts to protect Maine farmland and keep it in agricultural production as much as possible, while we're finding ways to reduce energy consumption and convert our fossil fuel-based energy system to renewables. We know that MOFGA farmers already are feeling the pressure of hayfields being sacrificed to solar arrays. And we recognize that these renewable energy systems like 20 to 100 megawatt solar arrays take up a lot of space, in some cases 100 to 500 acres, and that could be used for other important climate challenges like carbon sequestering fields and forests, and also important wildlife habitat. We hope that future projects will be based not only on ratepayer benefits, but also on whether the projects avoid or minimize natural resource or agricultural impacts. And we also hope that there will be incentives to help farmers afford to keep their land in agricultural production. We participated in the Natural and Working Lands Working Group of the Maine Climate Council, and we are excited about Governor Mills' ambitious goals for reducing Maine's greenhouse gas emissions. And we just really feel that as we're doing this, we need to make sure that we can help farmers stay on their land and continue farming and diversify and strengthen their business plans and protect the prime soils needed for healthy Maine diet and a healthy climate. Very, very happy about how things are shaping up with our healthy soils in Maine. And it's imperative to note that the farmland aspect of solar array siting should mesh with a clear plan to protect our water resources, our wildlife, our native vegetation, and our carbon sequestering forests. MOFGA's vision for the next decade is to transform the way Mainers relate to their food. This vision includes farms that are helping mitigate climate change while making a good living that allows them to support their families and our communities. We're working to build a future where every Maine child, regardless of race, religion, gender identity, geography, or socioeconomic status, comes home to plenty of healthy, local, organic food. And this will only happen if Maine's agricultural sector is thriving economically with healthy soils and renewable, affordable, and appropriately located energy systems. Thank you so much for your consideration of this important issue, and I look forward to working with you on this next session.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Spalding? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. And Cheryl, that's all I have for 8:20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. I will close the public hearing on LD 820 and we'll move on to LD 870, which is a resolve directing the Permit Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to study the impact of policies regarding agriculture, access to land, access to grants, and access to financing on African American and indigenous farmers in the state. And to present the bill is Representative Fluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for reading the entire long title. It actually was longer and it got shortened in the revisor's office. Thank you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill, for the chance to present LD 870 of the title aforementioned. In 1999, the USDA settled a class action court case filed on behalf of tens of thousands of African-American farmers in the US, alleging discrimination in programming and loan access. The effects of this case have continued to play out in the intervening years as the USDA has attempted to come to terms with the ways that their policies inhibited access to African-American farmers. The USDA has instituted policies that many of us are aware of, trying to provide fair resources to communities that they define as socially disadvantaged. It is time, as a state and as an industry, that we look at how these same dynamics may have unfolded here in our state. We have an amazing tool for doing this kind of work in the state of Maine, and the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations is a group of industry and community leaders from the communities that have been affected by our agricultural policies in Maine. They have a very valuable perspective on this conversation that we need to include in any conversation discussing race, and they have the necessary experience of analyzing bills and policies so that they can return to us with informed bill ideas. In the US, there were 1 million Black farmers in 1920, but only 50,000 remain today. In Maine, we know there were more Black residents as a percentage of the population in the late 1800s than there are here today. I think we can safely assume that many of those residents in the 1800s raised their own food for personal or commercial use based on the way people in Maine lived at that time. We also know some of the stories of disappeared indigenous Black communities like Malaga, or in my own hometown of Warren, the disappearance of a village named Peterborough that existed for 150 years, had their own school, and died out in the 1940s and 50s. We can extrapolate from the stories of Peterborough and Malaga about the loss of land and business opportunities these communities faced. Tribal populations have faced the loss of access to agricultural land, especially blueberry land, and faced challenges working to build their own businesses. As a committee, we're committed to ensuring the strength and vibrance of Maine's agricultural sector. As farmers and committee members, we know the work and risk involved in any agricultural enterprise, and we're committed to getting bureaucracy and regulation out of the way of the growth of small agricultural businesses. This bill is exactly in line with that way of thinking. It is possible that our policies have held back the growth of some agricultural businesses. We need all agricultural entrepreneurs in this state who are willing to put in the heart and sweat that it takes to have a successful farm in Maine for the strength of the state and the health of our agricultural infrastructure. The issue of race in agriculture involves history and how it was built our present. It's complicated and involves policies that are difficult to analyze. This is why the expertise and knowledge of an organization like the Permanent Commission can be especially valuable. Having the opportunity to have the Permanent Commission do a thorough analysis and present a well-reasoned bill to our committee for review enables us to take informed, well-researched action that encourages agricultural enterprise that we need in the face of the growing challenges that all farmers face. Thank you very much. Willing to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Fluker? Representative Schofield.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Dill. And thank you again, Representative Fluker. I just am struck by something, and I just would like to have you respond to it, if you could, please. The little town that I'm sitting in right now, town of Weld, sometime around 1860, Civil War era, certainly from that period, there were around 1,700 residents here. Virtually all, were agricultural farmers and that sort of thing, sheep and wool and cattle and you name it, subsistence and otherwise. Hops was a big crop, all kinds of things. Today, 1,700 population back then. Today we have a population of a little over 400. I don't think anything that was done during that period was anything that was racist or racial in nature. It was just the economy. It was the way things worked. The lands opened up out west in the Ohio region, and I think a lot of that was because of just plain old economics. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, if you would, please.
No, I very much agree. Economics is at the heart of this conversation. Economics of agriculture, economics of the wool industry, disappearing and going away. Farmers. I'm married to a woman whose family 5 generations ago left Maine for the economic reasons that you're discussing to move to Ohio, just as you said. And so the economics. So we need to look at the economics, and we need to look at how there is disparity in the economics of a situation depending on the color of your skin. And I'm sure in the 1800s, if you were talking to the tribes at that point, in terms of having access to some of that land, it would not have been equal to the farmers who were those 1,700 farmers from Weld. And so, looking at how does that economic discrepancy, and as it's played out through the years, how has it affected some of the white people who had the chance to move to Ohio just differently than some of the tribes who are here because they really didn't have the opportunity to move away because of the way their land was, because of their relationship to their land.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fluker, I was just, you had talked about that there are organizations and folks in Maine who are working on this issue who have been impacted by this form of disenfranchisement. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about who those folks are, what they've said about this bill, and just give a little bit more context on their work.
I don't want to speak too much for any one organization working on these issues, but there are undoubtedly organizations working within the tribal community that are looking at the role of agriculture, how they haven't had the same access to agriculture that some of the other communities have had, and specifically how agriculture and the way that it is done currently in the state of Maine is culturally different than the way they do their own agriculture. And so how that in itself presents an impediment for them. You know, in this, it's a complicated subject, unfortunately. But so in New England, there are organizations, which is, I'm forgetting their full acronym, but it's a land trust that works with farmers of color, and they're based out of Soulfire Farm. And they're looking at how to address some of these, what they see as being long-standing economic disparities, and how to try to redress that, and how to make it so that rural spaces that are dependent upon agriculture are more accessible and open to them. Yeah.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, Representative Pluka. Reading through the bill, I see there's a $20,000 physical note attached. Can you expand upon why that's there?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And that really, I think, is at the heart of this bill, is that the Permanent Commission currently does not receives almost zero, like in the hundreds of dollars from the state for the work that they do. And just as I kind of outlined in my testimony, they have an expertise which does not exist within the formal state government right now, and that we really need them to do this work for us. And so compensating them so that they're able to do the work fully makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for introducing the bill, Representative Pluka. And next I will call on Representative Rachel Talbot Ross.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Well, good morning again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I'm here today to proudly testify in support of LD 870. I represent House District 40, which comprises the neighborhoods on Portland's Peninsula, and I sponsored the legislation in the 129th legislature that established the Permanent Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations. I come before you today in my role as the chair of the Permanent Commission. The Permanent Commission, as you've heard, is an independent entity with a mission of interrupting structural racism by examining racial disparities across all Maine systems, and to specifically work towards improving the status and outcomes of historically, generationally disadvantaged racial, indigenous, and tribal populations. We are empowered to advise all three branches of government, and we can submit our own legislation. Our membership includes representation from the federally recognized tribal nations in Maine, along with people from the diverse racial populations. I would like to begin by thanking the sponsor, Representative Bill Pluka, for bringing this important bill forward. Research on the impact of agricultural policy, farm assistance programs, and funding for African American and indigenous farmers is desperately needed in Maine. As you've heard, at its peak in the 1920s, the early 1900s, 15% of American farm owners were Black. By 2012, however, the percentage of Black farmers was reduced to just 2%. This represents an 80% loss in farmland ownership, amounting to over 36 million acres in lost land and billions of dollars in lost value. This process was the result of deliberate actions taken by local, state, and federal agencies. The USDA has a well-documented history of discrimination against farmers of color, predominantly through denial of access to credit and insurance. The scale of racial discrimination in America agriculture is perhaps best evidenced by the Pigford class action lawsuit in 1999 in which the USDA was required to pay out over $1 billion to more than 13,000 farmers of color who experienced racial discrimination. Though their history of racial discrimination is well documented at the national scale, very little information exists on how Maine fits into this picture. LD 870 offers Maine the opportunity to investigate its own place and perhaps its own role in this history. The Permanent Commission was designed for this type of work. We are well poised to investigate this issue, report our findings, and, if necessary, present new legislation rooted in data to help uplift the African American and Indigenous farmers of our state. We urge you to support LD 870, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I thank you sincerely for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Talbot Ross? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? My internet has been iffy today. Okay. Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, for your testimony and for going through that history for us. I think it's really important to ground this conversation in that history, and I appreciate that. We had a question raised about the fiscal note on this, and in my mind, it's a small amount to work with to undertake this incredibly important work. So I wonder if maybe you could just share a little bit about process and what that would look like and why those funds are so important.
The funding is very important because currently the Permanent Commission is not funded. We have been able to seek some assistance from outside sources. When we were established, we gave ourselves the permission to do some fundraising on our own and not rely completely on state dollar for our work. However, that has not gone well. Primarily because the Permanent Commission would then in fact be competing for very, very few dollars with communities of color that are trying to do work on the ground. So the $20,000 would go to help support the work for the study to be conducted. And currently we have no means in which to do that work, if that helps.
Are there other questions? Thank you, Representative O'Neill. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Representative Talbot. I just wondered, whoops, let me get my camera back on here. I'm sorry about that. I'm just wondering, in conjunction with what Representative O'Neill was just saying, could you give us a sense of the total cost of this and how much of this 20,000 would be part of that overall mix of funding that you receive? Is it like half or through a quarter? Could you give us a sense of that, if you could, please?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not sure that I will answer it specifically. We, again, have no funding from the state currently. And we are attempting to establish some funding for the Permanent Commission. We are doing what we believe is the work of the people to benefit all Mainers, but lack the capacity in which to do so. The commission is comprised of 15 members, as I said earlier, and there are no stipends for any of those members. We're all volunteers. We have been really blessed, I would say, with the fact that our members are totally committed to this work. And so for the last year and a half, Representative, we have been meeting at least twice a month, sometimes every week, for a year and a half to do our work. We've never, ever not had quorum. And in fact, the majority of members show up every single week. This is membership from the top of the state to the bottom of the state, and there's no funding for this work. So the $20,000 would go towards the study. If for some reason we do not need all of that money, we wouldn't utilize all of that money. But at this point, we believe that stipends for Permanent Commission members, along with trying to do the study, warrants the fiscal note.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I do think it is an effort of a great deal of folks trying to do their best, and I appreciate that. But so I guess what you said, there is no real budget. You don't have a budget in a sense right now. So I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Underwood.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Representative Talbot Ross. Do you think this is a solution in search of a problem?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I absolutely do not think that this is a solution in search of a problem. I myself, have family members who are struggling farmers in this state and have received very disparate treatment in terms of accessing resources, both financial and human, to support the farm. And I know of a lot of other Black farmers and Indigenous farmers who are struggling, not just today, but this has been generationally in the state of Maine. And we want to investigate that. We want to find out why there aren't more Black and Indigenous farmers in the state of Maine. We want to help those who are struggling and bring that information back to this committee to allow you to make informed decisions on how to deal with that. It is a historic problem, as we've cited, and it is a generational problem. So I, again, want to thank Representative Pluka for bringing the bill forward, because it unveils why some of the economic disparities exist in our state. We have not had the opportunity to build generational wealth because of the lack of land ownership and the lack of access to farming. So this is a problem that has existed for generations.
Thank you very much.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. I'm wondering, as the chair of the commission, if you could talk a little bit about why you think it's important to house this conversation within the commission itself, and if there were other avenues that were thought of. I think this is the best way forward, but wondering if you could add your perspective to that.
Yeah, this is really perfect timing, I would say, for the commission to take a look at this this issue. Part of our membership includes Mano Imano, who I'm sure this committee is familiar with their good work with migrant farmers and representing migrant labor. They have a representative on the permanent commission, along with, as I said, the federally recognized tribal reps. And we have long understood that part of our challenge was going to be bringing forth the economic inequities generationally in this state. And it's a painful history for these communities. And it needs to be one in which the legislature gets a full grasp of why we're in these predicaments that we have today. Senator, the disparities are not because anyone just moved here. These disparities are not because of one generation. These disparities aren't because one administration did one thing over another. This is not about Democrats, Republicans. This is not a political debate. This is one that is rooted in American history, in which these two communities, African American and Native American populations, experienced genocide on these lands, on these soils that we now stand. And for us as a state to not try to take the time to examine what that history could reveal and allow us to move forward in a different way, that would be a failure on behalf of all of us, on behalf of the whole state. So the Permanent Commission takes this very seriously and is looking forward to trying to do work with all of you to unmask the inequities and to find solutions and moving forward. So I appreciate the opportunity to express that, Senator. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your, Representative Osher.
Thank you very much, Chair Senator Dill, Chair Dill, and thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, for bringing your testimony today. Certainly, our state has a recorded history of disenfranchising the very communities you're talking about, and so as representatives of the state in the legislature, I'm really glad that we're able to hear your testimony to about how we might address this. So my question is, while I commend our state for doing this, are there other states that have already moved in this direction? Or will we be the first that would be focusing specifically on this question of disenfranchisement and how we might support people, tribal and African-American communities in agricultural ways?
Thank you for the question, Representative. There are several states that are taking a look at this. A lot of this work is happening at the national level through Senator Cory Booker. He has a bill in Congress right now for justice for Black farmers. And a number of states have taken pieces of that bill and tried to see how it could apply in their states. I know Maine is not one of the top 10 states for farmers, but this work is being done in states that have very different populations. And I believe here in the state of Maine, in which we have a new emphasis on our farming communities and looking at food security and looking at the food systems and production of food, processing of food in our own state. This is absolutely the right time to be looking at how we can support our Black and Indigenous farmers. A number of states are looking at it, and Maine would be part of that national movement.
You said something about we're not one of the top 10 states for agriculture. Is that what?
For farms, for the number of farms.
So you're saying that the states that are moving forward this are, there are states, but there are states with larger farming populations?
There are states, states with various populations and number of farms taking a look at this all across the country. I think Maine just joins part of that national movement. I was just letting you know that we are not part of the top 10 in the country. All of those states are actively pursuing this topic.
Thank you very much.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, for your testimony. I just had one quick question. Are you aware of the USDA, of the programs that are available through USDA that give priority to these groups that you're talking about? Because I know that's something with USDA that they do give priority to. Just want to know if you was aware of that.
Yes, I am not as technically savvy on all of those programs as I probably should be, but I am aware of several programs with USDA. And I can say that there have been many attempts to try to access some of those funds by Black and Indigenous farmers here in the state. I can tell you that Black farmers have met with Shelley Pingree, have met with Angus King, members of our congressional delegation, to try to find out why, with all the farm monies that are coming into, all of the relief money that's coming into the state, all of the money for farms that are coming into the state, why it hasn't trickled down to these farmers is absolutely astounding to me. You know, a number of Black farmers have met with MOFGA and, you know, a number of coalitions who are receiving funds to look at the unique status of Black farmers, to no avail. And so everywhere we look in this state, both to access state resources, have met with the department more times than I can tell you, but to try to access some state funding has produced nothing. To try to access federal funds has produced nothing. And so we're really quite curious as to who gets this money, who gets all the technical assistance and all the money in this state to support farms. I think that's a great question that the Permanent Commission is looking forward to providing you all with the answers.
Representative Gifford.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, for bringing this problem to fruition. I come from a family of farmers back. Well, my great-great-grandparents settled here and farmed here. And on my dad's side, I come from a little town just east of here called Lee, Maine. And when I was a kid growing up, Lee, Maine was a group of farmers. And there is a problem because today there is not a farmer. It's not anything to do with color, but there's no money in farming. You have to have a second job, or either that or you have to really be really dedicated and work 24/7 to create a living. And thank you for bringing this up. And there is a problem, and I think you're right. I would guess you're probably right on the federal funding. It costs a lot of money to farm once you start putting money in the ground. Wouldn't you agree to that?
Well, Representative, thank you for that. I appreciate learning a little bit more about your own experiences in farming. I will, tell you that I am coming to you today from a farm in Turner. I am at a farm in Turner right now. I mean, owned by a Black farmer, and I can tell you that it is some of the best and most fulfilling work I can think of, and it's also some of the most painful work because you're trying to do the right thing by your family and your community, and everywhere you turn, the doors slammed, in your face. I know that's true for a lot of white farmers in our state. I don't think that is unique to Black or Indigenous farmers. But what is unique is the lack of generational support. And where you have, generations of families who have tried to contribute to Maine's farming economy and to their own well-being, and have been discriminated against in the process. So this gives us the opportunity to explore what we can do to change those outcomes. And the Permanent Commission would really look forward to working with you all and trying to come up with some answers to that, and then to lean on you for any possible solutions.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Yep. All right, next is Senator Hickman. Thought I saw him there someplace. There he is. You bounce around now. So.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, which are 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop in the Maine Senate. Please accept this testimony in strong support of LD 870, resolved directing the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations to study the impact of policies regarding agriculture, access to land, access to grants, and access to financing on African American and Indigenous farmers in the state. If we were together in person, having been a former chair of this committee, it's good to see all of you that I have served with before and the new members that I have not served with. Welcome to this awesome committee. If I were in front of you, I would give you all a sweet potato pie, which seems appropriate for the subject matter today. Homemade from my kitchen right over there.
We're gonna hold this too. Yeah, we're gonna hold you.
I know. Just call it the sweet potato pie bank. I will deliver, I promise. As many of you know, I am an organic farmer in Maine. I am a descendant of slaves. I am also a descendant of Cherokee and Blackfoot Indigenous Americans. And many of you may know, I was lucky to be able to have the resources to purchase this formerly 40-acre farm, which is now 25 because it has been subdivided. And I'm able to work it and earn a partial living from it. Some of you may be familiar with the term 40 acres and a mule. When the slaves were freed by the Emancipation Proclamation, there was a discussion that in order for Black slaves to be free, truly free in this country, they needed to be able to feed themselves and take care of themselves and be food self-sufficient. And so there was a promise on a thread by the federal government that freed slave families would get 40 acres and a mule for that purpose. That promise was not kept. It seemed that federal policy, state policy, decided that Black people would be better still serving as indentured servants and sharecroppers, and so that they could not necessarily have their own means of production in order to take care of themselves and be free moving forward. And so over the course of our history, we know about people like Fannie Lou Hamer, who is one tough woman who said that when you can feed yourself, nobody can push you around and tell you what to do. And so here we are in a conundrum where over all of our history, the number of Black farmers has decreased immensely. And much to the chagrin of many people in this room and everywhere else, we have found ourselves in some systems that have caused us to disproportionately be, as members of our own communities, needing assistance from state programs and federal programs to survive. I think many of you know that I believe in freedom for all people and self-sufficiency for all people, including Indigenous people. When I was introduced to the story of Malaga Island in my freshman term from the good representative at the time from Belgrade, Representative Keschel, who sat in front of me in the House, I was a little shocked that that had actually happened in Maine. I also live in Winthrop, as I have said, and I learned the first day that I sat in a bar in this town that my house not only was on the Underground Railroad, but the hill behind me, which is now called Squire Hill, which comprises the Metcalf Road, the place name was actually Nigger Hill. And the reason why it was called that was because the Underground Railroad ran through there. So if you were born on the Metcalf Road before 1974, your birth certificate said you were born Nigger Hill, Winthrop, Kennebec County, Maine. The good representative Rachel Talbot Ross's father, Gerald E. Talbot, the first African-American elected to this robust body, put in a bill with a colleague to remove all racial place names from the map. And so you are no longer born there, you are born in Winthrop now. And that is thanks to him. I want to appreciate and thank the bill sponsor for putting this in. The work of the Permanent Commission is extremely necessary. While I am not a formal member of the commission, I certainly have worked as an advisor to the work of the commission. In between last session and this, we did a great job. The commission did a great job trying to identify the kinds of legislation that we would need in order to remove some of the disparities that exist for the people of the state. And on the issue of land access for farmers, I do believe that they have the capacity to provide the data to investigate Maine's history and to provide guidance to the legislature going forward if necessary in order to figure out what's going on with why some Indigenous and Black farmers in Maine do not have access to the kinds of resources that are out there and exist. The new administration at the federal level has certainly been committed to making sure that we rectify these problems, and the USDA is certainly doing its best across the country to create some equity in how we deal with this. But we know that in Maine, young people are moving to Maine in order to farm. That has a lot to do with the food sovereignty movement, a lot to do with the strength of the local food movement in general. And so we know that new Mainers, many of whom are from African countries, come here with the skills already to produce great food and to take care of themselves. They need access to land to do so. I don't know all the answers to the questions, but the Permanent Commission certainly could be staffed with enough people to get this study done in a timely manner and make recommendations back to this committee or to any other committee in the legislature that oversees land access for agriculture. And so I could not testify. I don't have any written remarks. So this will be it for this bill. But as a Black farmer in Maine and former chair of this committee, it was incumbent upon me to be here today to ask all of you to support this bill, because the bill doesn't ask this committee to do anything except approve the funding for the commission so that they can actually do the work and answer all of the questions that have come up today. I'm perfectly willing to answer any others you may have from my perspective. Thank you for allowing me the ability to testify, and I will definitely bring you pie when we can all meet together again.
Thank you. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dale. It's nice to see you again, Senator Hickman. I just was, and I'm looking forward to that pie. I'll hold you to that. It's been mentioned here just recently that there seems to be discrimination, and I am appalled to hear this. If this is indeed the fact that some of this money that is flowing into the state for agriculture, that it seems, as we alluded to, that people of color are not being included in this to the same degree as others. You're a farmer, you're involved in that. I'm sure you understand those funding things. Do you sense that that is accurate? And if so, we need to do something about it. If the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry is somehow not providing the funding to folks because of their color, that's something we need to address immediately. Thank you.
Yes, Representative, it's good to see you too. Thank you for the question. Like I said, I'm one of the lucky ones. I was able to purchase our farm and farm without any assistance from any state or federal programs. That's just by happenstance. It's a blessing to be in this place. I certainly have heard from folks who don't feel like they are included in the things that come down through the state, but I'm not going to blame anyone for that. The purpose, I believe, of this resolve is to investigate the situation that exists currently. You know, it's hard to argue with someone else's experience. If someone says, I'm not getting attention, or I don't know about these programs, we have to listen to them and figure out a way to serve them. And so I'm not suggesting that anyone in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry now or in the past has done anything intentionally to discriminate against anyone. I just think that if people come forward and say, how do we participate in whatever exists for new farmers and developing farmers and new Mainers of any background, we may just need more education, and we may need to have more aggressive, campaigns so that people understand what resources exist. And so it's above my pay grade to know how the department does its work. I'm sure they're going to be here to answer your questions. But the Permanent Commission's role is to provide data, evidence, historical record, trends, and anything that they can garner from what other states may already be doing. The Permanent Commission is a new commission, as the good Representative Rachel Talbot Ross has told you. I've been a part of it, like I said. They do exquisite work, but we can't keep doing that work without money. And so all we're asking this committee to do is put in a vote of confidence of $20,000, one time only, so that this work, this particular work, to do this particular study can happen and be done in a way that is professional and will have an impact on this committee and any other committee that will receive that work and that guidance to solve whatever problems exist and to eliminate some of these historical disparities that we have here in the state of Maine.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Hickman, for being for your former committee. Appreciate seeing you. I'm going to appreciate that pie, sweet potato pie, when I have a chance to get it. And thank you for your expertise and knowledge of being a farmer of color and being able to farm in the state of Maine and have been able to make a go of it. Farming in general is very difficult, whether you're who you are, whether you're of color or a woman or a person of the tribes or whoever. Farming is very difficult. And I know in my experience, having found for many years that when I have gone to get assistance from USDA or any other agency, state agencies, most of the time, because I've been farming so long, over 50 years, I'm put to the bottom of the list because I'm no longer a young farmer. I'm not a lady, a woman, a person of color, or a person, indigenous person. And so those people are put ahead of me in my application form. I'm put to the bottom of the list. So I'm struggling to know where, and maybe you have the insight to, but here in Franklin County, I haven't seen what has been talked about today, and it bothers me to hear this. And as you know, this is near and dear to myself because I have, as you know, grandchildren of color, and at some point they probably will farm this land. So it bothers me, but I struggle to haven't seen this. So, but for $20,000 to go to the commission to study this, I'm beginning to feel that this is maybe something. But do you have any more insight of where this is taking place in the state of Maine? I know from USDA it's not happening in the state of Maine, but is it happening within the State Department, or do you have any examples you could give us?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Your grandchildren will be lucky to inherit your farm if that is in fact what happens. And that is one of the ways in which generational wealth is transferred from generation to generation. And so when there has been a group of folks in this country who from the very beginning could not get access to land and had that land be in their families, and for all sorts of different reasons that were intentional, that land was removed. We're in a place that's kind of sticky. As far as Maine is concerned, I've been a Mainer for 20 years. I've been farming for 15 of those 20. And like I said, I'm fortunate that I have never chosen to or had to apply for any assistance on my farm. The commission wants to do the work to answer the question that you raised. I cannot answer it. I will just say that, just because if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, doesn't mean it didn't make a sound just because no one was there. And so if people tell me that they're having trouble, then I have to believe them. And I don't know exactly who all of the farmers are that would need to have some disparities leveled, but that's the work of the commission, is to do that intake, talk to the farmers who feel like they are not, even if they're supposed to be at the top of the list that you talk about, are not actually at the top of the list. I don't know who they are. That's the work of the commission. And that is my request to you as a voter in this committee, to vote to approve that this bill is funded so that that work can be done. And then you can actually have the answers to those questions.
Representative, are you good, Senator Black?
I'm fine. Thank you very much, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Underwood.
Well, congratulations, Senator Hickman, on your election, and welcome to the Agriculture Committee as a speaker. And in your background, you have a picture of a flag that's looks like you have a veteran that's deceased in your family. Is that correct?
My father was a Tuskegee Airman on the ground.
Would you care to expand on that a little bit?
Pardon me?
Would you care to expand on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, my father fought in World War II. He was trained in Tuskegee, where at the time the Army Air Force was one branch of the military. It was segregated, of course. And so he trained with other Tuskegee Airmen there. He wanted to be a pilot. He was in a plane crash and training. He decided he was not going to be a pilot after that. So instead, he fixed aircrafts, and he was a plotter, is what it was called back then. and he fought in World War II. He was one of the Tuskegee Airmen that was not part of the 332nd because, again, there was a broken promise by the federal government to get everybody trained to a particular space. And so he was deployed actually in the Pacific Corridor. He served in the Philippines. He returned home from war. He wanted to be an air traffic controller at the Milwaukee Municipal Airport, which is what it was called at the time. And because of discrimination, he could not get a job as an air traffic controller. And so he became all sorts of other things instead, including a 35-year worker at Pabst Brewing Company, where he was basically the company mailman because he didn't finish high school. And that was the best job that he could get, even though his training was to do air traffic control, and he could not get that job. So he passed away in 2007. And I was depressed for a few years. And when I came up from under, I decided to become a bona fide farmer. And so he sits over my shoulder, literally and figuratively and spiritually. And I am blessed to be a Mainer because of my dad and a farmer because of my dad. And after becoming a farmer, I decided I needed to run for the legislature because I just didn't like the way my little small farm was regulated. So it's all connected to Hazel Hickman. And that is what that is about. Thank you very much for asking.
Another question, Mr. Chairman, please.
Yes.
The next question is the same one I asked Representative Talbot Ross. And I believe, in my opinion, I've lived in Maine all my life and I have never seen races, never seen it, never heard tell of it until in the last few years. My question is the same as I asked Senator or Representative Talbot Ross, in that I believe this is a solution in search of a problem. What is your opinion, sir? Thank you.
My opinion is that I respectfully disagree with you. Like I said, I know that racism exists, but I also did not know that Malaga Island existed. And so that remains a stain on the state. And I'm just going to ask you in good faith to research that instead of me having to go through what happened there. But that was about dispossession of land by people of color for reasons that are just a little awful. And I don't want to talk about all of that here. But no, this is not a solution in search of a problem. It is, we are requesting funding so that we can see the nature of the problem and then we can solve it. That is my
Thank you, Senator Hickman.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Senator Hickman, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Next is Nancy McBrady.
Hello, everyone again. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Nancy McBrady. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm speaking on behalf of the department in favor of LD 870, a resolution directing the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to study the impact of policies regarding agriculture, access to land, access to grants, and access to financing on African American and Indigenous farmers in the state. The department and the Bureau play a pivotal role in Maine agriculture as a regulator, technical assistance provider, grant maker, financing conduit, and more. We view farming as a noble endeavor. We want farmers, all Maine farmers, to succeed, and we are committed to the equitable administration of our programs and functions. We recognize that there are areas of improvement to be realized across the department to serve better the people and communities highlighted explicitly in this bill. We welcome the opportunity to improve upon our policies and programs. We are open to addressing ways in which the department can strengthen our outreach and communications to ensure more availability and access to our programs for underserved people and communities. Additionally, we recognize the value of listening to voices across the agricultural community, specifically those previously impacted by policies regarding agriculture and land access that have not benefited all of Maine's people equally. The department would be happy to be part of these conversations as they continue and to serve as a resource as needed and appropriate. We will also welcome any and all data and/or feedback that can assist us in our goal to continuously improve access to and the impact of our programs. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for, yes, Representative Schofield?
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you. I haven't really, I don't know how to put this. Do you feel that there is anything that the department is doing now that that elevates one class of people above the other when it comes to any of these fundings or grants that are now available? Is there maybe not, I'm not talking about years ago, I'm talking about currently. Are there any policies that you see within the department that might be construed as elevating one group of people above another based on their color? And if you just respond to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. And I thank you for that question. And it's something that I've thought a lot about with this bill and even before it, to be honest. I think that we have, as a department, a system that's been built upon years of prior expertise and experience. Well, it's been created in a way that we have resulted in, for instance, grant and loan programs that are complicated. They're complicated to apply to. The application documents are intimidating potentially to someone who might not have really the skill set or the ability to necessarily decipher it like some others might be able to. The criteria to be scored well might be high in a way that others might not be able to reach. So I think it's quite possible that we do have existing grant and loan programs that structurally, intentionally or not, are very hard to access. So I think it's very imperative for us to be looking at ways to improve upon them. And it's interesting, we did improve our, I believe, one grant application in the last year, the agricultural development grant. It went from a 12-page document to 5, but it's still dense. It's still hard to understand. And so I do think that there's improvement that needs to be made in that way. If I can take the opportunity to respond to the fact that money has come into the state through the CARES Act, for example, the PPP loans. If you do some research into the PPP loans, you will find that statistically, fewer small businesses and businesses of color access PPP loans. And I think there's a lot of different reasons for that have been reported on. Access to credit, the size of one's business. It looks as though existing bank customers that had great credit were serviced very quickly for PPP loans. People not in that situation likely were not. So I think structurally there's impediments to accessing these funds based on size, location, credit history, etc. I hope that helps answer your question.
It is very helpful, and I think that I think what happens is that culturally, structurally, within any agency, there's no intended bias, but sometimes I think we just do things the way we do them, and maybe this study, if it were to go through, or if this funding were to go through to help us study, it would just be a different set of eyes looking at things, so that we're not looking at it from the same old perspective. So thank you. I appreciate your, would you agree with that, I guess, if I put that in the form of a question?
I think an external set of eyes is always welcome. I have been thinking a lot about how, to Senator Hickman's point, how are we messaging opportunities to interact with the department? How can we do a better job to get notifications and education out to people? I don't have all the answers to that. So, outside input as to those methods and strategies are certainly welcome.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Director McBrady, for some of your great answers this morning, I think. When you mentioned PPP loan, I was wondering if, looking at the CARES Act relief grant money and the CRF money coming through the department, if you've had a chance to look at any of that and how that might have been disproportionately given out.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Representative Pluker. Just for everyone's benefit, the Maine Department of Agriculture was able to distribute $17.3 million through CARES Act funding for COVID relief, particularly for those in food and farming that were that had paid for COVID response on farm or for their businesses, and that grant was a reimbursement. We're very proud of that fact that in less than 6 weeks, we were able to, with the help of external partners such as CEI, to get that up and running and out the door. I will say that we did not collect, I believe we did not collect demographic information about the applicants themselves. We certainly asked for a heck of a lot of information about them as businesses, their tax status. So, perhaps there's a way to mine that data. We have mined it to figure out who received what in what sector, what size of their business, if they were a farmer versus a processor. But demographic wise, Representative Pluker, I don't know if we have that at our disposal, but we'll certainly check.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Director McBrady? All right, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next is Sharon Treat.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture and Forestry. I am Sharon Treat. I'm Senior Attorney at the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy. And one of the things I would just say about our organization is that we've focused on issues around equity and social welfare as part of our view of agriculture and how the trade system works as well. And for that reason, we think this is extremely important legislation that is really a matter of justice. For the committee's information, and I have links to this in my written testimony that you can access, there was a hearing by the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Agriculture just 1 week ago, looking specifically at these issues. And at that time, Secretary Vilsack testified that, as well as many other people who gave a lot of history, but I thought it was instructive that Secretary Vilsack spoke to this issue of systemic and ongoing discrimination coming from the Department of Agriculture, and that is a big part of it. And of course, the Federal Agricultural Department is, these grants and programs are implemented at the state level. And not to speak to what happened here in Maine, but he said that they had done some analysis of the COVID relief money and the CARES Act relief money that came through in 2020, which were the two big grants before the current administration. And of that, nationally, 99% for farmers went to white farmers. 1% went to socially disadvantaged farmers. And of the total amount, 0.1% went to Black farmers. So that's just to answer one of the questions that just came up. It does appear, whether it's intentional or not intentional, to be some significant disparities there. And in fact, we know from the history, and there was a great deal of testimony at this legislative hearing in Congress, that some of the discrimination was very much intentional, going back for many, many years, in terms of particularly access to financing or having loans called in and losing your farm. And there was, in fact, activities that went on that literally stole land from people. And I think that my own Senator Hickman's reference to what happened in Maine and in Malaga Island is an example of that kind of legalized, you could say legalized thievery. So this is really, really important legislation. And I think that the fact that Maine has this commission to specifically look at these issues in an ongoing way is really important. And it's a very appropriate way to take a look at this issue here in Maine and to come back with some recommendations if recommendations are warranted. And clearly the commission can't do its work with no funding at all. That our budgets reflect our values, and the importance of this issue is such that certainly the commission should get some funding to do some research. And this is a perfect opportunity to apply that to an important issue, agriculture, an important part of Maine's economy. So thank you. I hope you'll vote in favor of this legislation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
You're welcome.
And I think, Cheryl, that's all we have for LD 870. That's all I have on my list. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I will close the hearing on LD 870 and we'll move on to.
Oh, wait a minute. Heather Spalding is raising her hand. I don't know. I don't have her on my list, but would you like me to bring her in?
Sure. You're muted, Heather.
Didn't have my. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. There must be a delay. I'm sorry about that. Good morning, still morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the ACF. I'm Heather Spalding, Deputy Director of MOFGA. We support LD 870, resolve directing the Permanent Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to study the impact of policies regarding agriculture, access to land, access to grants, and access to financing on African American and indigenous farmers in the state. MOFGA is committed to creating a food system that is just and equitable for all. Modern agriculture is built on unceded traditional indigenous lands through human exploitation and co-opted knowledge. As a white-led organization, we must be explicit and transparent about how we are working towards our commitments to social justice. We believe in economic, environmental, and social justice for all people involved in Maine's food system, including those most impacted by historic and present-day systemic oppression, including white supremacy, colonization, and extractive capitalism. We must listen, learn, and support the resilient and strong communities that we believe the organic movement must represent and all agriculture must represent. We know from the $1 billion settlement of the class action lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Pigford versus Glickman in 1999, that racial discrimination against African American farmers has been rampant. Payments were made to more than 13,300 farmers under the settlement's decree, and a second appropriation of $1.2 billion was appropriated for additional claims relating to that case. As our society works to address systemic racism, we must examine what may linger out of plain sight here in Maine. We know that multi-generational human rights atrocities have been committed against the Wabanaki people in Maine, and we must all work to educate ourselves about it and consider how discrimination has impacted Wabanaki food and farming traditions. MOFGA is doing a lot of work in this area. We're educating ourselves and trying to be open about what we don't know and what we need to learn and what we need to be aware of. And so we are sure that you share our commitment to creating a food and agriculture that is equitable for all Mainers, and we hope you'll support this legislation and secure $20,000, which is not a lot, to support this very important study. Thank you for your consideration of this important legislation, and I urge you to support LD 870.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. All right, that appears to be the last person for LD 870. I will close the hearing and we'll move on to our next bill, which is LD 937, resolved to facilitate the provision of incentive for soil carbon storage. And that is a Representative Osher.
Hello, thank you. Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am your co-member, Representative Lori Osher from Orono. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce LD 937, resolved to facilitate the provision of incentives for soil carbon storage. Soils play an important role in the global carbon cycle. The global soil carbon reservoir is around 1,500 gigatons of carbon, where a gigaton is around 1,000 kilograms of carbon. The soil carbon reservoir is dynamic, meaning it can change when conditions change. And it's also sensitive to climate and human disturbance. In agricultural lands where soils are tilled, soil carbon is usually a net source of atmospheric CO2. In grasslands, conservation lands, and forest lands where soils are less disturbed, the soil carbon reservoir is largely in steady state, meaning additions are approximately equivalent to losses. Maine's vast forests and rural lands provide the valuable ecosystem service of pulling carbon as CO2 out of the atmosphere and storing it in soils. They do this naturally, and research shows that they can be managed so that the amount of carbon stored in the soils increases, making Maine soils a net carbon sink and helping in the effort to lower global atmospheric CO2 concentrations. Because of Maine's relatively cool temperatures and moist conditions, the soil contains more carbon than soils in warmer and drier parts of the country. And the soil carbon here has a long residence time. The mean age of soil carbon in Maine soils is around 1,000 years. That's 10 to 100 times longer than the mean resident time of carbon in Maine's above ground biomass. And by biomass, I mean the grass, the agricultural crops, the shrubs and trees that cover the beautiful landscapes of this state. If we manage Maine's soils to store more carbon, that carbon will also have a very long residence time, much longer than the above ground biomass. So while increasing carbon is good, there are costs associated with it. And it's unlikely that land managers will change their practices to sequester carbon in soils without incentives. I'm proposing that a group be convened to investigate ways to incentivize managing Maine soils to optimize the natural carbon storage tendency. This is the next step in the efforts of the Natural and Working Lands Working Group of the Maine Climate Council. Their recent report recommends 5 strategies. The strategy 1 mentions incentivizing land management that supports climate mitigation. Specifically, strategy 2A proposes to establish an incentive-based Maine forest carbon program. So it's great, but you don't hear the word soil in there. So the Forest Carbon Task Force will have their report about forest carbon program completed in the fall. They have already said that the program will focus on owners and managers of working forests, 10 to 5,000 acres in size, that have a forest management plan. And that's really important, but it leaves out forested acres that do not have forest plans, which are nearly 70% of the state. And it isn't specific about monetizing how we would support people to store carbon in soils, or what the metric would be of how much soil carbon stored for what the incentive. The Natural and Working Lands Group strategy 3B proposes that federal and state agricultural assistance providers would encourage practices that improve carbon storage. Again, it doesn't mention soils specifically. But the practices listed are expanding fall and winter cover crops, diversifying crop rotations, practicing reduced or no-till tillage, and the use of compost, manure, biochar, or other soil amendments. That's essential, but the recommendations do not specifically mention goals for amounts of soil carbon stored or incentives that will be available to those who increase carbon stored in Maine soils. There's no mention of providing assistance to owners of non-forest land that is not being managed for agriculture. Soils with higher carbon contents provide a local solution to a global problem, and they also hold more nutrients and are more resistant to drought. In that way, increasing soil carbon is also a mechanism to promote soil health. Yet LD 437, which I was a co-sponsor on, the Healthy Soils Bill, provides no incentives for management to increase soil carbon storage. Global climate change is increasing temperatures in Maine. As the temperatures increase, the microbes that decompose organic matter will work harder, breaking down the carbon stored in the soils and releasing CO2 into the atmosphere. So by incentivizing management of all lands in Maine to increase soil carbon sequestration, and doing that soon, Maine will be able to maintain the existing soil carbon reservoir and grow it and help to achieve the goals of the Maine Won't Wait 4-year climate action plan. Incentives to landowners for soil carbon storage are also a rural jobs program, because managing land and collecting and analyzing soils and inputting data and advising best management practices requires individuals with a range of skills to complete those tasks. Rural Mainers will welcome the economic boost of the incentives, especially after the economic losses sustained as a result of the pandemic. LD 937, as amended, directs the co-chairs of the Climate Council's Natural and Working Lands Working Group to convene a stakeholder group to develop recommendations for the establishment of programs and policies designed to incentivize the effective sequestration of carbon in soils. As amended, the report of this group will be due by December of 2020. So right now it says 2021, which I've talked with people and ACF, and that's just too soon. And the Working Lands Group says that's too soon. So the amendment would be 2022. This resolution is not just a plan to engage Mainers across the state in efforts to address climate change. It is a means to incentivize the practice of improving soil health. It is a jobs proposal, and it's a vehicle for economic development and an opportunity to lead. 30 years ago, I transitioned from working as a field soil scientist for the U.S. Forest Service to being a research soil scientist, studying the mechanisms that control soil carbon sequestration and loss. So this is my thing. Okay, but in the 3 decades since that time, there's been loads of research on the best management practices to increase soil carbon storage. But there's been very little additional carbon stored in soils because of the cost is high for landowners to make those practices the norm. As a legislator with this expertise, I'm advocating for Maine to be the first state in the nation to develop a program to incentivize soil carbon sequestration. This is an opportunity for Maine to lead, and I encourage you to vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, Representative Osha, for bringing this bill forward. I'm very intrigued by it, and I think you're going down a good path here. I did have a question, and maybe you could expand a little bit more upon, after reading the bill, about your financial incentives. Are you proposing to do this like on a per acre basis or per crop? Or is it going to be a tax break, or are you proposing to pay so much, like so much for woodland, so much for potato land, so much for hayland? I just wonder if you could expand a little more upon that, if you could, please.
Thank you for the excellent question. First of all, I'll just tell you, when I was elected, I did not realize all that time I worked to win this the election so I could serve here. And I told people while I was running, I really care about soil carbon storage. We need to incentivize it. And then I found out I only had till December 18th to write the bill. And so I was encouraged by the revisor's office to put in the title. So when I put in the title and then talked with the person at the revisor's office, he asked me those questions. Well, what are you actually talking about? And I said, I am an expert on telling you about the mechanisms by which soil carbon is held in soils. I know I studied the mineralogy, I studied land use change, I studied the impact of moisture, I studied microbes. I know lots about the mechanisms. However, I'm not an economist. And although I have plenty of experience before moving to Maine to be a professor, I had plenty of experience assisting people who are doing land management because I worked as a federal government soil scientist. I didn't do that in Maine. So that's why it came out as a resolve to make a working group that's really a subgroup of the natural lands working group, that they would come up with that the incentives are. Because who am I to tell people what to do? I can tell you now that, as you may know, I mean, you hear my history and how I got to Maine, but I am very focused on the carbon cycle. And what I transitioned, another transition from being a professor that studied the carbon in soils to working on the other end, which is I help people make their buildings more energy efficient. And so on average, I cut people's energy use to run their buildings by 35%. So I consider that job also part of the carbon cycle, because I've cut the CO2 flux from every building I work with. And so I can tell you that Efficiency Maine has a program that gives incentives for people to weatherize their homes, because I work with that program all the time. So, and in that program, it doesn't fit what I used to do. Again, when I was a soil scientist, I used to sample soils. I'd combust it and find out how much carbon was in it, right? There's a weight of the soil, you burn it, and then it weighs less, and you say, oh, there was that much weight of carbon, right? I would study it by looking at a mass spectrometer of what that carbon looked like. You know what Efficiency Maine does for my clients? They have to produce an invoice that says they paid me. And when they produce that invoice, they get a rebate. No one actually goes and tests whether the house is more energy efficient. I can tell you, if I work on your house, it will be more energy efficient. But the bill doesn't tell. I'm not proposing what it is, and I hope it's not what Efficiency Maine does. And there's very good reasons why they do that, right? Why they don't go and have it takes a lot of effort and labor to go and test every house afterwards, to an independent person testing it. So I don't know what it will be. I can tell you that I imagine from all my experience as a land manager, things that can be done. For example, we already have equipment like we have manure spreaders that we use in agriculture all the time. And we have waste products that people are trying to sell or do sell as additives to soils, for example, biochar, which can be spread with a manure spreader. So that doesn't work so well in a forested system, but there's a way in which you could spread carbon on soils. And in forests, you could pay people to go in and slash all the lower branches and lay them on the ground, because one mechanism to hold carbon in soils is to cool the temperature of the soil. And one way to cool the temperature is to put mulch on top of it. And of course, the best mulch would be organic matter, because it also has carbon in it. So anyway, I can't tell you exactly. That's why I want to convene. I want there to convene a group, and there have been fabulous groups, and they've worked really hard. And one of the things that they did, because we're Mainers and we're very, okay, I wasn't born here, but the idea that I live in Maine, and we're very cautious about spending money. And so one of the things that the Working Lands Working Group has done is tried to figure out how to use existing systems to get to the goals. So forest management plans are an existing system of how you manage a forest. But when I've listened to their descriptions, they're really talking about silvicultural practices, and silvicultural practices have been developed to look at the crop, which is trees, and how to maximize tree growth. But silvicultural practices are not designed to maximize soil carbon storage. So by using an existing tool, which is a forest management plan, they're actually a step away from the most important carbon to store. It's like a bank account. The most important money to put away is in the savings account, because the checking account, it's much easier to lose the money out of the checking account. So the above ground biomass is more like the checking account, and the soil is like the savings account. And so we have to have a specific plan for that, just as people have to have a savings plan, otherwise they won't end up saving money. But again, to answer your question, I don't know what it is. That's why this turned into a resolve from a title that says we need to incentivize soil carbon. Then it turned from that to a resolve so that this group would figure it out, hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for introducing the bill. Let's see, next on the list is, looks like Nancy McBrady.
My guess is it's Senator Bennett.
Oh, I didn't see him. I see him down in the corner, sorry. I didn't see him on my list.
He's a
Senator Bennett, are you
co-sponsor.
here for this one?
Thank you, Senator Dill. Representative O'Neill, I'm mainly here for another bill to come up, but I am a co-sponsor, the lead Senate co-sponsor on Representative Osher's bill. I've submitted written testimony, and I'm really just here to bask in her experience and expertise. So with that, I just wanted to give my support for this measure. And I think it's sensible and forward-looking, and hope the committee responds favorably.
I guess I didn't need to bring him up. Hi.
He wants to come up for the next one, I'm sure.
Forget it.
Thank you.
So would you bring on Nancy McBrady?
He's coming.
Hi, everybody.
Geez, we're gonna have to make you an honorary member here today, I think, so.
I was going to say this is the last time today. Don't worry. Until next time.
Right.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Nancy McBrady. I am the Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm speaking on behalf of the department in support of LD 937, resolved to facilitate the provision of incentives for soil carbon storage. The Maine Climate Council's first climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, clearly recognizes the importance of sequestering carbon on Maine's natural and working lands. Maine's forests, farmlands, and natural areas provide important ecosystem services to sequester carbon, protect water quality, and more. According to the Climate Council Scientific and Technical Subcommittee, Maine's forests cover 89% of our land and sequester over 60% of the state's carbon emissions. On January 21st, 2021, Governor Mills signed an executive order establishing the Maine Forest Carbon Program Task Force to develop a voluntary incentive-based program for woodland owners of 10 to 10,000 acres and forestry practitioners to increase carbon storage in Maine's forests. The task force has started meeting and is scheduled to deliver its report by September 1st, 2021. At the same time, in concert with the Governor's Energy Office, the Department of Agriculture, as I mentioned previously today, will soon be launching a stakeholder group tasked with discussing solar siting considerations as it relates to farmland. Over the next several months, the group will meet publicly to define core priorities and principles surrounding agricultural solar siting, identifying potential siting mechanisms, considering current use tax program impacts, and identifying practical financial incentives to drive appropriate development. The group will synthesize its findings to achieve consensus where possible and report back to this committee on those findings and recommendations. We are very pleased to see the positive momentum towards advancing soil health efforts in Maine and across the country. The department is also in regular contact with USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, which has drafted a soil health strategy for states. With the Biden administration's priority focus on climate, we expect additional resources for NRCS financial and technical assistance programs in the next federal fiscal year. With these many factors currently in motion and process, the concepts and objectives embedded in this legislation may be most fruitfully directed to the Maine Climate Council's Natural and Working Lands Working Group, a body that will be well positioned to further advance the goals of this legislation following the submission of the Carbon Task Force report and the solar siting recommendations due later this year. With this in mind, we respectfully request that the committee consider an amendment that would direct the effort not towards the chairs of the Climate Council as currently written in the bill, but to the Natural and Working Lands Working Group. Additionally, as the sponsor suggested, we ask that the report back date be changed to September 2022, rather than September of 2021. This would allow the completion of some of the current efforts outlined above, which we feel will complement much of this work and will provide a timeline that allows for a greater focus on the soil carbon discussion by the state and stakeholders who will want to engage in the process. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill. And this really isn't a question, it's more of a comment, but I appreciate your coming and testifying, Ms. McBrady, for 4 times today, and I really appreciate the fine artwork in your background.
I can't take any credit for it. You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director McBrady, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how this fits in with our forest action plan as well as the Climate Council's work.
I think it fits in. It's part of a continuum. Obviously, there have been a number of working groups that have been looking at climate response mechanisms through the lens of whether it's the forest and forest products industry, and the Natural Working Land Group obviously is connected with that, to agriculture too. So I will say that it's all connected, and the purpose of our testimony here is just to highlight that we have a number of things kind of working and in process or about to kick off. So we just wanted those to flow well together so that combined, the learnings and the recommendations that come out of that can complement each other, not to rework or overtax people who are already working on them, but again, to kind of all put it together so that ultimately this particular focus on incentivizing soil carbon capture it's well timed. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thanks. Something I guess just to provide context, something that I'm remembering about feedback on that plan that most recently came out is that there were some missed opportunities to work on this. So I was happy to hear your support and to see this bill come forward.
Great.
Are there other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony again.
Bye. See you later.
That's really a goodbye for today, you say?
Yes. Thank you again.
Yep. The next three on the list are Dana Duran, Eric Mentorini, and Shannon Giles. Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the ACF Committee. I'm Dana Duran, Executive Director of the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine Trade Association here in Augusta that represents timber harvesting and hauling companies throughout the state of Maine. Been obviously before your committee before, so I won't bore you with all the details on our organization and the industry. I'm here to support Representative Osher's legislation. I think, I'm a member of both the Natural and Working Lands Working Group of the Maine Climate Council, as well as a member of the task force that the governor created by executive order in January to study the role of our forests. I agree with what you just heard from Ms. McBrady. My written testimony is there for your review. I would just suggest, and I'm just trying to summarize to save time here, I'm not necessarily advocating that we need a separate stakeholder group, so to speak, but I do think the legislature has an important role to play with the recommendations that come from the Natural and Working Lands Working Group, as well as the governor's task force on forest carbon. As a member of the task force, our work has to be completed by September 1st of this year. And I also know that the Natural and Working Lands Committee has another meeting in May to talk about not only what's happening in the forest carbon group, but also plans moving forward with soil carbon. So what I would advocate for is actually to maybe, again, amend this bill and make sure that whether it's the chairs of the Working Lands Committee or the chairs of the task force, which by the way are the same, just so you're aware, actually report back to this committee with the recommendations of the Forest Carbon Task Force as well as Working Lands. Perhaps it's January of 2022 for the second session of the 130th, or it's at a later date. But obviously the legislature should have a role. It should review the recommendations, and any legislation and recommendations that come forward should certainly come to this committee. I just want to add, I know there's a lot of attention on carbon and soils, forest carbon, et cetera, and incentives for landowners. I'm just going to appeal to you that contractors like the folks that I represent have just as big of a role in forest carbon storage as anyone else, including the equipment that they use to operate, how low impact it is. And also, obviously, Representative Osher talked about organic matter that gets laid down to protect the forest floor. And obviously, our folks have everything to do with that. So just keep that in mind as you work through this, that it's not just about incentives for landowners, it's also just as much as incentives for contractors and the equipment they work with to do the work to ensure that carbon is stored for the long run. So with that, happy to answer any questions and appreciate the opportunity to support the bill.
Are there any questions for Mr. Duran? Yes, Representative Osher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duran, for your testimony. And I said landowners, but yes, it certainly that incentives could be not just to landowners, but to land managers or people who are working on landscapes and are in the course of their work finding ways to maximize soil carbon storage, and then therefore should be eligible for the incentives if they're doing that work. What I was again, I'm impressed with the Working Lands Group and the way that they are trying to figure out how to use existing systems to then add, add this focus on storing carbon in landscapes. But because soils are not anymore a commodity, we used to, people used to clear peat, for example, and sell it. But for the most part, soils are not a commodity. And so we don't have a soil management plan unless we're already managing the land for something else. So I'm wondering if you can envision ways that people who work in the woods might be able to step beyond clearing timber and figuring out ways to help increase carbon storage. Can you think of actions that they could do? So one, I'm not a forester, but I thought of this idea of removing lower boughs, or maybe even thinning the forest and laying the material in the ground. Is that something that you can imagine, or is it's not a doable thing?
No, it's happening now, and it has been happening that way. So, and I'll give you an example. So the mechanized harvesting today, which is what 95% of the wood that's harvested in Maine is done mechanically now. About 40% of that 95% is done by equipment called cut-to-length machinery. And so the equipment actually not only harvests the wood, severs the tree from the stump, but it also delimbs it, and it severs it into its various products right at the stump in the forest. So all of that organic matter actually gets laid down right there. I will tell you that equipment is extremely expensive. A cut-to-length processor is about $700,000, and a forwarder is about $650,000. So between those two pieces of equipment, it's about $1.5 million. To your point, I think that type of equipment is low ground pressure. So not only does it maintain organic matter in the forest, but it also doesn't disrupt the forest floor. In order for contractors to invest in that kind of equipment, it obviously takes a lot of money. So one example or an incentive that I'll offer to you, Representative Osher, is there's a program that exists currently in the state. It's called the Direct Link Loan Program. And it's run by the Maine Bond Bank, Maine DEP, and the Maine Forest Service. And it was funded by federal EPA clean water money about a decade ago. The fund has about $7 or $8 million in it. And what it's used for is to reduce the interest rates for contractors who buy new tracked equipment that's going to protect water quality. Obviously, that same equipment is going to protect soil and carbon. The problem is that fund, because of how expensive equipment is, gets tapped out usually in the first 3 months of every year. It's a revolving loan fund. And so it has a limit how far and wide it can go. One incentive that I can see is expanding that loan fund so that money is recapitalized. Contractors can afford how expensive this equipment is, and they are not only investing in their equipment, but they're investing in the forest and to maintaining soil carbon. And so that's an incentive that I think would be enormous if we can really expand that program because that's going to get contractors to invest in that type of equipment, which I think serves everyone's needs. So I throw that idea on the table, and I'm open. I have more, as you can probably imagine, but I'm not going to capitalize all the time today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Eric Venturini.
Hello, Senator Dill. Good morning. It's just barely morning. Good morning, Representative O'Neill and esteemed members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Eric Venturini, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, the voice of Maine's wild blueberry farms and businesses. Our industry produces approximately 10% of all blueberries grown in the United States and near 100% of wild blueberries grown in the United States. The Commission represents every farm that grows and every business that processes wild blueberries in Maine. The wild blueberry industry takes climate change seriously. We live it. We lost about half of our crop last year, primarily due to climate change-induced drought. Last year was also one where we witnessed the reality of the increasing trend in highly variable spring weather. We experienced 3 separate late frosts, killing flowers that should have become fruit. Over the past decade, we've transitioned with much help from the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service from a traditional practice of burning fields to mowing instead, which drastically reduces our carbon emissions. This is a crop that's never tilled, never planted, and the management and harvest of wild blueberries has been a sustainable part of the region's economy since before Maine was a state. We recognize the importance of fighting climate change and recently identified climate change as one of the wild blueberry industry's top strategic priorities, formally making it a focal point of my work on behalf of Maine's wild blueberry farms and businesses. Soil carbon sequestration is an important and necessary piece of the climate change mitigation puzzle. We support incentivizing thoughtful and effective soil carbon storage strategies and believe that convening a group of stakeholders and experts in the field, whether that's as originally proposed by Representative Osher or as suggested, under the Natural Working Lands Group by Nancy McBrady, putting forward these specific recommendations is a deliberative and effective strategy that the wild blueberry industry would support. On behalf of Maine's wild blueberry farms and businesses, I thank Representative Osher for putting forward the bill and urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Yes, Representative Osher.
Thank you, Mr. Venturini, for coming. I really appreciate it, and for supporting the bill and for your testimony. I'm intrigued to hear that the wild blueberry growers have put this as your highest priority, and pleased that because it is an important issue, that the climate change is an important issue. And could you just tell me what had soil carbon been one of the things that you were looking at? Because the soils that traditionally blueberries are grown in highly droughty soils, what we would call it, excessively well drained, I guess would be the mapping description for the soils. And as I mentioned, soils that are more moist tend to store more carbon. So I'm just pleased that you're interested, but I wasn't imagining blueberry land as a place of storing carbon. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. First, just a correction, I may have misspoke. Climate change is not our #1 priority necessarily, but it is a major priority. So, we're looking at ways right now through research in cooperation with University of Maine Extension at using biochar as an amendment in wild blueberry fields. You had mentioned biochar. That could be one way that we could participate in this type of thing. But I mean, we certainly do need more research to better understand, how carbon cycles in Maine wild blueberry soils, so that we can see where the opportunities do lie to further sequester more carbon in those soils. But I would say generally, in conversations about carbon soil sequestration, perennial systems, which, as you said, I think there's more balance there already between, carbon inputs, and how much carbon is lost in the system, but it's generally not a major part of the conversation. And it seems to focus on annual systems and forestry. But, you know, we have 38,000 acres of wild blueberries in the state. And, you know, we want to be part of the conversation. And so I'm interested in and open to exploring how we can do more to sequester carbon in our soils.
Thank you very much. Actually, as you mentioned, biochar, that seems actually perfect, because when you have an excessively well-drained system, you wouldn't want an organic matter that was easily broken down. And so that spreading biochar would be fabulous in that system, because it's relatively stable, and yet it holds moisture and holds nutrients. So that sounds great. You know, for the crop, and also because it's a perennial crop, that it's not going to be tilled and gone. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. It's now after lunch, afternoon, I should say. Next is Shannon Giles.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. I'm going to apologize for what you're about to witness. This will be my first testimony. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in favor of LD 937. My name is Shannon Giles. I'm a president of Maine Environmental LLC. Maine Environmental is a third-generation family-owned beneficial reuse company that has developed and maintained a customer base of extensive agricultural land throughout Maine, with 60 years of history in land applying commercial lime and more than 30 years experience with soil enhancing organic byproducts such as wood ash, lime mud, and compost. Starting in the late 1950s, my grandfather started mining an empty lake bed in the town of Limestone, Maine, in northern Aroostook County. Now, this lake bed was made up of tiny sea life, mainly of scruton seashells that were near pure calcium. Once ground and pulverized, made a lime product. Now, we would mine and screen and dry that lime and use that material and spread over 6,000 acres on potatoes, grain, and other cover crops for the next 60 years. Starting in the late 1980s, we expanded into using other soil enhancing products that are now commonly called beneficial reuse programs. Now, these programs include the use of organic materials that have lime-like attributes, such as wood ash, which of course is produced by burning clean wood chips that creates a soil enhancing, soil health ash that's primarily made up of carbon-rich biochar. So as a company, we've been involved historically in agricultural programs, as well as a little bit of silviculture that sequester carbon throughout 9 of Maine's 16 counties. One recent example that we can share today is we've been partnering with Reenergy Biomass Operations since 2015. This year alone, the Reenergy Stratton facility will produce and supply 16,000 tons of wood ash to more than 100 Maine farms that manage over 3,000 acres of land in western, central, and south central Maine. Now, many of these farms using this type of products are multi-generational farms, with some of them run by 7th and 8th generation families. It's pretty impressive. Now, approximately 70% of these farms that use this ash are primarily dairy farms. Of that percentage, 60% are certified organic. The remainder of the farms interested in this product are conventional farms that are using the latest technology to manage their farms with technology. Scientific studies and research demonstrates that biochar provides significant climate change benefits by removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere in a process known as negative emissions because of its ability to absorb and capture carbon, the buzzword sequestering carbon. So I was pleased to hear of this legislation. I believe that convening a stakeholder group on this topic would provide tremendous support to reach the state's climate goals, to develop policy that would incentivize the sequestering of carbon soils to a group of Mainers that this would be critical for. This is an environmental sector that we believe is poised for explosive growth here in Maine and can accelerate the Climate Council's ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas. Maine Environmental would be pleased to offer its experience and its expertise in this area to the stakeholder group. So thank you for this opportunity to provide comment in favor of LD 937.
Representative McCray.
Yes, I fought hard to come up with a question here because I did want to say hello to Mr. Giles, former student of mine in Fort Fairfield, by the way, and that's a brag. But I am curious, Shannon. I guess I can call him Shannon. I am curious. Are there, we've talked about Mr. Duran talking about biomass being left on the forest floor, et cetera, to help sequester carbon in that industry. And I'm very well aware of your history as a lime spreading company in Fort Fairfield, limestone, et cetera, the biochar. Are there other, I don't want to say other, I guess I do want to say other companies, but what are other ways of adding soil amendments or sources of soil amendments besides biochar and lime, et cetera, that perhaps you're exploring for the future?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And hello, Mr. McCray, biology teacher and driver ed instructor. Despite common belief, yes. I made it. So thank you for that question. I think it's a wide open question. State of Maine is poised because of its land base and also because of the existing companies that we have in Maine that are currently, like Reenergy, making a product like biochar currently that meets all the standards, checks all the box, and provides a duality of purpose. These farms get the lime value, but they're also getting value that could be expanded on, which is sequestering carbon. We already have all these farms that are already environmentalists on their own. They're already doing the right thing, but helping them with giving them more tools to do so would be what our goal is. I think that question is what else is out there would be the purpose of this resolve and the stakeholder group that we'd like to be a part of to discuss with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Representative Underwood.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Giles. Could you tell me exactly, there's also a request for your contact information, and if you could provide that, that would be great. My question is what is biochar? Could you give me an education on exactly what it is and explain it and define it? And appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. My written testimony, I believe, has some contact information on it. If not, Mr. McCray may have some old test papers with my name and number. I'm not an academic, but as we understand, biochar can be made from many different products. Biochar in the state of Maine currently is being made in a large scale with the burning of wood in a low oxygen chamber. I'm stepping above my expertise, but that is how biochar in wood is made, is leaving that carbon available. So I think that's the process, but above that, it would be maybe an academic who might be able to explain those chemical properties better.
Thank you.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I needed to find a question to say hi to Shannon Giles too, seeing I use his products on my field, and but I was surprised to see you testify in here today in regards to wood ash and the products that you're doing sequestering carbon. So I'm still a little fuzzy on how the wood ash is sequestering, carbon, but through the work session, I don't know if you can light me any more on it, on because you're burning it and the wood is being burnt, but I'm a little confused on how the process is sequestering carbon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you as well. And you could speak to the duality of the value of the ash. You've been able to appreciate the liming value, soil enhancement benefits of the ash. One of the things that we can talk about in the stakeholder work groups is how to purify the ash. By volume, the ash is 40% biochar. And by the nature of biochar, it's a big sponge. So the values that has been used throughout the state of Maine is just the liming values of ash. And we've yet to appreciate the value by separating and purifying for a pure product of biochar, the value that can add. Some initial studies that's already being done now is using the biochar in animal bedding. So it's able to absorb the liquid, the urine, be able to attract and hold the nitrogen. So when that's scooped up, you have a more nutritious, fertilizer for the fields. And the actual matrix of how many tons or how much volume equals how much sequestering of carbon, I think that matrix is really, how we manage that and how that matrix is, how that works is really, part of maybe the questions in this work study.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Representative Osher.
Thank you, Mr. Giles, for your testimony. And I am intrigued, as I mentioned, my thoughts about soil carbon are that the biomass that we're managing, say forests or agricultural lands, that's kind of, that carbon storage is more like the checking account, and the soil organic matter is more like the savings account. And there are parts, besides that we have a lot of forest land that doesn't have management plan. We also have lots of areas in the state that are in grass, either because they used to be farms and now to keep them from being forests, they're in grass, or maybe they're being actively managed as pastures or for hay, or they're on estates. There's lots of area that's mowed, that's grass. So I'm intrigued by the idea that because these areas are accessible, that we might be able to spread something on them that would help them store more carbon. And what kind of products do you have? One thing you mentioned is biochar. Do you have other products that have organic matter in them that could be spread on lands?
Thank you for the question, Representative Osher. Right now, I'm being very careful with products that are a byproduct that would have any other constituents or synthetics are really an issue. One of the things that we felt very safe and has demonstrated a long history of its cleanness and meeting all the standards of the highest health standards is the wood ash and the biochar and the wood ash. So historically, we have used other products, other composted products that came from short paper fiber from the process of making paper. That has provided a nice mat or organic. In some instances, that's where we were involved in the late 80s in silviculture, spreading it on clear cuts or off wood roads and blowing it back into the forest. Right now, what we see is what's safe is the biochar from this process of biomass.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none. Next up is Adam. And Adam, I will not say your last name because I'll probably butcher it, so I'll just let you go with it.
All right. Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Adam Dagno, or Denyo, as they would say in the Lewiston, Auburn area, and I am the E.L. Giddings Assistant Professor of Forest Conservation and Recreation Policy within the University of Maine School of Forest Resources. I'm here today to offer informational testimony as your committee considers LD 937 resolved to facilitate the provision of incentives of soil carbon storage. Carbon storage across our landscape is an essential strategy to achieving Maine's goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. Maine's forests currently sequester nearly 70% of the state's annual gross greenhouse gas emissions, a percentage that could be greatly increased through active forest and agricultural management. For this reason, in January, Governor Mills signed an executive order establishing a task force to develop a forest carbon program for Maine that included identification of climate-friendly management practices and corresponding financial incentives for small and medium-sized landowners and loggers. Like some of the members who have spoken today, I currently serve on that task force. I also lead the University of Maine's Natural Climate Solutions Initiative, research that began in 2019 to identify cost-effective land-based climate change mitigation practices that could be employed on the state's forests and fields. Many of the practices we have researched to date focus on enhancing soil carbon sequestration and storage. For example, our modeling suggests that Maine farmers could collectively mitigate twice the state's agricultural sector's current annual emissions through relatively cost-effective practices like amending their soil with biochar, reducing their tillage intensity, planting riparian buffers, and constructing and utilizing anaerobic digesters to manage dairy manure waste. Of course, our research is not exhaustive and could be expanded to include more diverse and innovative mitigation opportunities, including those which specifically target soil carbon and soil health. This initiative has also recently surveyed forest owners and land managers, large commercial potato and blueberry growers, dairy farmers, and operators of small diversified farms about whether the solutions our research has identified as potentially more beneficial can work in the real world. This involves getting a better understanding of the real and perceived technical, financial, social, and policy barriers and opportunities that stakeholders face in implementing these natural climate solutions. More than 90% of the respondents have noted that they would be willing to implement more climate and soil health friendly practices on their farms and fields and forests if there were financial incentives available that could maintain or improve their bottom line. Our research findings and the recommendations of the Forest Carbon Storage Task Force initiated by the governor are due by September and may fulfill the intent of LD 937. However, if the bill does move forward, UMaine would welcome serving on the soil storage stakeholder group and or providing scientific and technical expertise to inform this work, as some 24 university volunteers, including myself, did for the Maine Climate Council and its subcommittees. Similarly, we are also committed to providing technical assistance to government, industry, and individuals to implement these practices in an economically and ecologically sustainable manner beyond just carbon storage, including improving crop yields, a steady fiber supply, soil health, and water quality. This is also further leveraged by LD 437, if enacted into law, that would strengthen the state leadership in the establishment of the Maine Healthy Soils Program in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. The time is now for this important work. We can increase carbon in forests, farms, and the soils that support them up to a point, but not forever. Moving forward quickly on implementation of these natural climate solutions between now and mid-century will ensure we most leverage their potential for impact. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and look forward to answering your questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Osher.
Thank you, Dr. Dagno, for your testimony and for your support of the idea of storing carbon in soils and the interest in serving if this committee were created, serving on the working group. My question is about you mentioned to me when we spoke before this hearing about a recent study that you did where you queried farmers about their willingness to do management that would store carbon. And could you tell me more about that? You said that they were sure that they needed incentives. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yep. So we held a number of focus group discussions with both farmers and foresters over the past 3 months. Gotten some in-depth discussions on sort of what are the barriers and opportunities that they currently face. Nearly all of them said that they feel that relatively comfortable, at least with sort of the traditional practices in terms of having the technical expertise when it comes to implementing no-till farming and spreading of various things onto their fields that the previous person testified against. That being said, that some of these new and emerging ideas like biochar, similar questions that were raised today have been raised actually by farmers who we kind of proposed that idea to, where they're interested in it, but they don't know enough about how exactly it works or what the potential strengths and limitations may be. In addition, they said if it's sort of proven to be technologically feasible and safe, that they nearly all said they're more willing to change their practices. They just need a way to ensure, a way to either minimize the risk of what they're doing or enhance their bottom line. So it's really more than anything, it's about peace of mind that what they're doing is right for their farms, fields, and forests, but also that they're not going to essentially lose money doing it.
So, but I thought you had said to me before that farmers said they'd be more willing to make those changes if there were incentives.
Yes, so that's exactly what my last statement was, right? So if it takes a hit on their profits, it's that as much as everyone wants to be as sustainable as possible and do the greatest good for the most people, right? Ultimately, it still has to be run by a business, and so that's why they're looking for basically, you can do the comparisons and say, yes, I'll be willing to do that, but if it hurts my bottom line, we're already running tight margins as it is. Trying, as great as it is to be innovative, you still need to have a backing to support that you're getting benefits from an economic perspective, not just an agronomic or ecological perspective.
Well, thank you very much, and I guess I'd like you to address what I think is a big gap. So I worked for the Soil Conservation Service way back before the NRCS was called the NRCS, and for the Forest Service, and actually in South America, I worked for USAID, and all of those government organizations were focused on agriculture or on forestry, and I drove by lots of other land that now that I think about it as whether or not there's a commodity being grown on or not, that's a place that I'd want carbon to be stored. So one of the reasons I'm calling for this is that rather than having a forest management plan and an ag management plan, I want to look at this overarching that we would have a soil carbon management plan. And if already the forest working group and the working lands groups reports are talking about how much carbon is already stored in Maine because we have these ecosystems that are not, you go out to places and the ecosystems have been cleared and you have malls and you have roads and you have all sorts of infrastructure that's built there. We don't have that in Maine. And so we just are pulling more carbon out of the atmosphere because we have vegetation everywhere, but we don't have active management on the majority of our land. So I guess as a person who's been focusing on active management, but also you're a resource economist, can you imagine? That's why I want to have this working group, because I'm trying to figure out how do we imagine to incentivize carbon storage on the lands that have not been considered working lands. So I think that I told the revisor's office I thought we should put it in the working lands group. It ended up coming out that we proposed that this would be done by the Climate Council. ACF has said, oh, this should be part of the working lands group. But in fact, the working lands group is already focusing on the working lands. And I'm trying to say that there's a bunch of land out there that's not working land. And I'd like to incentivize carbon storage there too. So, and how do you see that? How do you see that working? How do you see that happening?
So to be fair, so there's the Climate Council and then there's the working groups that sit underneath, right? And the working group that is actually natural and working land. So there are supposed to be people that are focusing just beyond sort of managed landscapes and acknowledging that there are natural lands that are less managed in Maine. That being said, it's not like we also have a lot of late successional ecological reserves that are not touched anywhere, right? So much of from that perspective, but a lot of what we hear on both sides, whether it's farmers or foresters, has to do with, again, people have good ideas, but they need more basically reasons to implement it, right? And so I think going in this space and thinking about market-based incentives and not necessarily a regulatory type approach would have a lot of support from farmers, foresters, and landowners from that perspective. If there was anything also that we got out of our recent surveys and conversation is just that, regardless of where people lie politically, on that spectrum is that it was almost 100% that said we don't want to be regulated more to change how we're gonna manage our farms and forests. We just need to have different incentives that change our behavior or support what we want to do, but still make it our livelihood fit. So there's lots of opportunities on sort of anywhere you look, sort of along Maine's landscape.
Thank you for that clarification. I did, when I wrote my testimony, I just wrote working lands, and then I went back and had to change it. So it's also my own bias, since I always was working not on the conservation side as much as on the working land side, and when I had a career as a technocrat. So yeah, so this is the right place. So switching it from the large climate council, making an amendment to say that it should be in the natural and working lands group. Okay, thank you.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Degno, or Dr. Degno. My question is, I look at the forestry industry and soil sciences there are really long range. I mean, they need healthy soils to grow a tree for 50 years, 40 years, whatever. But I look at my farming family up in Aroostook County, and I look back when I was a kid, which is quite a while ago. My grandfather was all for soil health. He knew about amendments, whether it be manure from his cattle herd, or if it was using the pea vines from the pea crop that he grew. He knew that enriching that soil was good, not for the environment. I don't even know if he ever used the word environment in his life, but he knew it was good for his business. He knew it was good for his farm. He knew it was good for his fields. Okay, and that has only increased exponentially over years. And here we are with this bill that says, you know, we are finally realizing what old Bruce McCray knew 70 years ago. And in the farming industry, it seems like the payback is almost immediate, the very next growing season. And it seems, am I right in assuming that it's an easier sell to farmers once they realize that if it's good for the soil and carbon sequestration, they don't care about the word sequestration. They don't care. They want that soil to be healthy so that it'll grow more, whatever it is that they're putting on that in the next year. Am I on the right track here?
Yeah, for sure. Which is why, I mean, when we think about sort of, Department of Ag-based programs, of which forestry sits as well, you often think about agricultural-based programs that provide those incentives that can provide a more near-term return. But not everything does, right? Because there's certain things that still might require capital investments and stuff that then you need to look elsewhere to get the equipment available to do that. So you're spot on, Representative McCray, from that perspective. It's often easier to incentivize farmers because they can probably see some real change on the ground, right? In terms of, if you grow an annual crop, you're going to see whether or not that yield changes. Year on year, you might tweak some things and get benefits from that. On the forestry side, that's where it's with the exception of sort of some of the things that Mr. Duran covered, where the low impact farming, low impact forestry can be seen immediately, because you can see how basically the soils and the stand have been impacted through that. A lot of the other practices that people are talking about, you go in and you do some forest management now, you might not actually see your return in 20, 25 years. Right. And so that's a really big constraint on that side that's limiting people, again, from saying, I'd love to do more, but I'm cash strapped now, even if it's going to pay off with more carbon and better yields 25 years from now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next up is Don Flannery.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill. I'm Don Flannery, the Executive Director of the Maine Potato Board. To speak neither for nor against, I was going to be on today to listen to this discussion, and a couple of things I noted I wanted to mention, and I've heard them here today. And I'm going to keep it short because I know you've been here a long while. You probably want to have lunch. Whether this is as drafted under the climate control group or the working group or wherever it is, I would hope that there'd be some outreach to industries that may be affected, in our case, in agriculture, whether it's someone in the potato industry or blueberries, Eric was on earlier, or someone in the small fruit and vegetable industry who may be, to make sure they're involved in this process as it relates to developing the programs and the policies and the incentives. Because one thing I think that's always important when you do something like this is what I call ground truth it. It may be someone sitting, a group sitting around thinking, boy, this is a great idea, this practice, and if we can incentivize it this way. But it's always important to ground truth it to make sure it can be done. And an example I'll use is in our industry for years, we've had people come in and say, well, you ought to be growing this and you ought to be growing that and you ought to be doing different things. But what always comes down to being is there a market for it? But the other thing is, what is the capital investment? And if you can do it with your existing resources and grow oats with your existing capital investment versus growing asparagus where you'd have to invest a lot of capital, that has to be addressed. So, I think this is a great idea. It needs to be looked at. I would just, ask that the committee either make sure that, there's some additional people on there, or that direct them to make sure I don't know how you want to word it, but actually reach out to those people that are going to be implementing this to make sure it is something they can do, because an incentive that can't work isn't much of an incentive. So I'd gladly answer any questions, and I won't keep you any longer. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Flannery? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Heather Spalding, and I think she's the last one I have on my list.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. MOFGA supports LD 937, and we feel this is a great complement to the Healthy Soils bill that this committee voted ought to pass earlier this session. Measuring carbon sequestration is a huge challenge, but we know it needs to be done, it being both the sequestration and the measuring. We also need to do everything we can to establish incentives for managers of working lands to build healthy soils and sequester carbon. The work of the Climate Council has been really impressive, and it's exciting to see all of the related initiatives under consideration in this legislative session. And this bill takes a long view to help us identify new incentives for sequestering carbon. We know that energy conservation is the best way to reduce our impact on the climate, but we also need to do more to educate the public about the critical role that soil carbon sequestration plays in addressing the adverse impacts of climate change. Agriculture accounts for about 10% of greenhouse gas emissions in the US, and according to our Department of Environmental Protection, our state's agriculture sector emits approximately 2% of the total state emissions across all reported sectors. Agriculture is part of our challenge, our climate change problem, but it can also be and should be a big part of the solution to sequestering greenhouse gas emissions. And we feel that building on Maine's Healthy Soil program, which does have a focus on agriculture, this legislative effort could emphasize focus on the following areas. Providing assistance to land users, communities, state and local governments in planning and implementing conservation systems, supporting landowners with opportunities to protect, restore, and enhance wetlands on their property, and restoring and enhancing forest ecosystems to enhance carbon sequestration. Many, many more possibilities, I'm sure. I want to mention that as excited as we are about the prospects of Maine's Healthy Soils program, we're also inspired by the progress made by our neighbors to the south. Just in February, Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker signed into law legislation creating a fund and program to provide education, technical assistance, and financial incentives, not only to farmers in agricultural soils, but also for all land managers who use healthy soil practices and including practices that reduce the need for synthetic inputs and increase resilience to extreme weather events. So thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much for your ongoing consideration of the climate change challenges we're facing, and we hope you'll support it. And I will note that I would support the amendment suggested by Bureau Chief McBrady, and I do happen to serve on the Natural and Working Lands Working Group of the Climate Council. So thank you very much.
Representative Fluker.
I just wanted to give Heather a shout out. Thank you for being with us all morning. And you're losing your voice. You've spoken to us so many times. Appreciate your advocacy.
Thanks so much.
Are there other questions from anyone? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Heather. Is that it for this one?
That's it.
Cheryl, last one? Okay, thank you. It is now 12, almost 12:40. We've got one more bill to go, but it has 16 people going to testify on it. So my suggestion is that we break for lunch. Representative O'Neill. Did you have?
Mr.
your
Dirt,
hand
I
up?
was raising just the same thing.
You're breaking up and you're frozen. All right, I will continue then. I would suggest that with 16 people to testify, it's been a long morning so far. We've been at it 3.5 hours. I suggest we take a break for lunch, come back at 1:15, and start in on our last bill. Thank you. So I would figure about another hour and a half max probably should be done.
Wow, that's not bad.
Well, we had 16, but it looks like one of them is going to be testifying for 3 people. I don't know what that means. Does that
Okay.
mean that she intends to give 3 different testimonies, Cheryl, or?
Yes, she's gonna read the other 2 ladies' testimonies because they had a
I'm
class.
not sure that I'm going to give her 9 minutes to do all that.
Yeah.
She can hit the highlights on the other 2.
There you go. There you go. Good compromise.
Cheryl, can you unlock my video?
If I must.
I'll
Yeah,
just leave.
I was going to say, yeah, let's not do that, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Don't let Scott hear Tom and I say that, but even though we're online and everybody can hear us, but.
Hey,
Well,
I just wanted to point out, I got this little book that I read quite every day, and it's This Day in Maine, April 1st, 1987, 34 years ago today. And I remember it well. I'm old enough to remember it well. There were 2 heavy rainstorms, quickly followed by melting snowpack. And the damage from the first storm resulted at more than $74.5 million.
Wow.
And that's the day Fort Halifax in Winslow washed away. Fort Halifax, it had been there since pre-revolutionary times, washed away. And it was the worst flood in Maine history. And that was 34 years ago today. I remember the Songo Lock in Naples, the water in the Songo River was flowing backward. That's how much water was coming out of the Crooked River. It was quite an amazing flood.
In Skowhegan, we lost the railroad bridge. I don't know if you've been to Skowhegan, but we lost the railroad bridge and all access to the island. We had to go all the way out around into Norridgewock to get to the other side of the river. Those bridges, one of them had to be totally repaired. And the railroad bridge floated down the river.
Yeah, we lost.
And the water's at the first floor in Hollowell. All the businesses in Hollowell, the water was up to the first floor, above the floor.
It was
Amazing
a bad
water.
one. It was a bad
It was bad.
There was a lot of snow and it went quick.
Went fast.
Yeah.
Luckily, that's not the case this year. Or we could use a little more this year, probably snowpack, but it's too late now to worry about it.
Yep.
It's time for some daffodils.
Yeah, we'll get another snowstorm. You just wait. We didn't get anything in March, so you wait. We're gonna get some in April.
Bite your tongue.
Yeah, I know. I can remember, though, it wasn't too many years ago, April 1st, I was snowshoeing on some of our pipelines in the woods, and the snow was still high enough so you could go over the top of the pipelines. It was so deep. So we've been pretty lucky this year.
Yeah, we have.
I remember plowing snow. We had a bunch of campers at Sebago Lake State Park. I don't remember the year, but they were quite full. The campground had probably 80 or so parties, and it snowed, and we had to plow so they could get out. There must have been 8 or 10 inches of snow down there. It was kind of fun to watch all those tents with snow on top of them.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies.
Hey, Jeff.
All we got to do is wait for Senator Bennett and we can begin.
Okay.
He must have thought we meant legislative time.
I wonder why.
So Senator
back.
Dill and Representative O'Neill, when I sent you the email or the text rather, is ACF done? I'm having an awful hard time getting the links, and today's came in and I had to scroll down into undeliverable mail and go down in it. So I thought, well, that's how I'll get back there. And I went and it says, I'm too late. And I thought, wow. Then I looked at the date on the undeliverable one. It was February 11th.
Senator Dill, I am here.
That hearing is over with.
All right, we are ready. Senator Bennett has arrived, and we will start the public hearing on our last bill of the day, and it is LD 1075, an act to protect public lands. So take it away, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Rick Bennett. I live in Oxford, and I have the honor of representing 13 towns in the beautiful foothills and lakes region of Western Maine in the Maine Senate. I'm pleased to present for your consideration LD 1075, an act to protect public lands. This bill requires the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, Bureau of Parks and Lands, to adopt rules that establish an objective evaluation process for determining if a proposed activity on designated land would cause the land to be reduced or substantially altered, and designates those rules as major substantive. As this committee is well aware, Article 9, Section 23 of Maine's Constitution requires a 2/3 vote of the Maine legislature to permit the substantial alteration of use or the sale or diminution of our precious public lands. In 1993, the bill that became this constitutional amendment came before the Committee of State and Local Government. I served on that committee at that time as a member of the House of Representatives. After much legislative consideration over several months, a conference committee of 3 senators and 3 representatives, including me, drafted and recommended the language which received supermajority support in the legislature and was sent to the voters for ratification. In November of 1993, nearly 3/4 of Maine voters enshrined our new amendment into our Constitution. For many years, through multiple administrations, this amendment has worked as intended. It has become routine to seek legislative review and approval. If there is nothing to hide, nothing sinister at work, why not simply present the case to the legislature and have an open public debate, if needed at all? But then, of course, along comes the CMP corridor, and all rules, regulations, and even clear constitutional protections are bent to the point of breaking in order for this project to be approved. In 2014 and 2020, 2 different governors approved leases of Johnson Mountain Township and West Forks Plantation without seeking supermajority support of the legislature. And as Justice Michaela Murphy recently ruled, there was no finding by the Bureau of Parks and Lands whether or not the leases constituted a substantial alteration in the use. 2 governors simply ignored the Constitution in this case and did what they pleased without even public notice, let alone legislative approbation. This legislation before you prospectively will eliminate such discretion unconstitutionally asserted by 2 governors by requiring the promulgation of rules to establish an objective evaluation process for determining if a proposed activity on designated land would cause the land to be reduced or substantially altered. This legislation also designates those rules as major substantive rules to ensure the legislature's role is understood and protected. While I'm pleased the Bureau of Parks and Lands will be testifying in favor of this bill, they insist on making the rules routine technical rather than major substantive. Given it is that agency's lack of transparency and infidelity to the Constitution that makes this bill necessary at all, I believe their suggestion is laughable and totally devoid of self-awareness. More significantly, I'm stunned and saddened that such legislation is required at all. The amendment I helped write 28 years ago was designed to put the public interest first and to rein in sweetheart deals by the politically powerful on behalf of corporate interests. However, the undisclosed and unconstitutional land deals benefiting the foreign corporations behind the CMP corridor sadly signal that we have come full circle as a state. I ask this committee to act favorably on this bill, to uphold our Constitution, defend legislative authority, and protect our precious public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Senator Bennett? Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Bennett, I just want to ask, regardless of whatever is proposed on public lands, and you can either be for or against the corridor. Is it, would you agree that this sort of thing just needs to stop because of the lack of transparency, and that the legislative branch is a part of the discussion? And it doesn't matter what the topic is. It doesn't matter what the project is. It should include the legislature as you described.
Thank you for the question, Representative Schofield. You know, my view is that the CMP corridor issue has exposed a lot of issues in our polity, in the power of the executive, the legislature, foreign companies, and as you know, this committee, your committee, has before it other measures that deal more directly and even retrospectively with some of that decision making that I am troubled by. This bill, however, is forward-looking. It's prospective. It takes the learnings from the current situation and it applies it to future situations that we know nothing about. I do think that I frankly don't know how we got here, as I said in my testimony. I mean, err on the side of legislative approbation, err on the side of the Constitution. I mean, why not? Why not come to the legislature and get a 2/3 vote? Frankly, in 2014, they might have been able to do it. And it's just because of their actions since then, with the billings problems and all the other issues that CMP has inflicted upon the people of Maine, that it's really an issue at all. And so they may have been able to do it when the time was ripe. And now, I think it would be problematic. But again, I want to just refocus, as you point out, this bill is prospective. It will solve problems in the future. And I really appreciate your committee's attention to that part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Bennett, since we already have regulation that they have to do it, let's just hope that when we do this, they will continue or not continue what they're doing. They will go to the legislature and get it done. I've signed on to the bill, so I
yes, and
agree with you.
And thank you for that. I guess the heart of your question might be rephrased to be, if they're not going to follow the Constitution, why would they follow their own rules? I think I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what is in my head, right? When I was writing this bill, I do think that clear rules that are more operational might help, but that is part of it. Is like I think the Constitution is pretty darn clear, and I think all of us who are servants of the Constitution and have taken an oath need to err on the side of ensuring that the Constitution and our public lands are protected as required. And I just fear that didn't happen here. Maybe with more specific I's dotted and T's crossed, it will.
Let's hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Underwood.
Senator Bennett, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And do you think there should be some penalties added to this for violations of this particular act?
I don't think they're necessary. Either people are going to, in public office, are going to do their job that they're sworn to do, uphold the Constitution, or they're not. I think this is more operative in the sense of, let's just, if there was a problem of understanding what the Constitution said, let's clear up that misunderstanding so that prospectively, that will be clearer. I think the penalty, frankly, is giving people a chance to understand what their rights are as citizens under the Constitution and whether to exercise them when government runs adrift of those rights and the governmental responsibilities, so that they can hold their public servants to account in courts of law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Underwood.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bennett, thank you for bringing this bill before us. I have to agree with you that the process in place is clear, precedent is clear. We shouldn't be in this position, but we do have an opportunity to make clear guidelines going forward. I appreciated you raising the distinction between the department's suggestion about routine technical versus major substantive. And I wondered if you could just explain that for the committee a little bit more before we start and why that's important. I know some of us are new. Administrative law is complicated. Just what that process-wise will mean for us to be able to review what the administration does.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. I appreciate your question. The heart of the difference between a routine technical rule and a major substantive rule is that a major substantive rule will go out, it will go through the rulemaking process, but it needs to come back to the legislature for our review and affirmative vote, saying, yes, that is exactly what the legislature intended. This is in the range of what we intended. And so it's another level of protection to make sure that legislative intent is protected when we send off to the executive branch of any law that we expect them to implement. We know that there's often rulemaking involved necessary for the enforcement and execution of those laws. The question is routine technical. We trust that they are just going to do it. They're not that complicated. Major substantive is about, this is really important to the legislature that this is done right. And so we want to review your work product and make sure that it meets legislative intent. And so that's what the effective difference is between the two.
Thank you. It was a great and succinct answer, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill.
Are there any other questions for Senator Bennett? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. Thanks.
Next is Andy Cutco for the department.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Andy Cutco, and I'm the Director of the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands. And before I discuss my testimony on LD 1075, I do want to respond briefly to the letter the Commissioner and I received from the committee regarding LD 471, the lease bill that I testified on a couple weeks ago. In light of that letter, I just feel a need to let the committee know that it's truly not in my nature to be uncooperative. And I think anyone who has worked with me for over 30 years in forestry and conservation would certainly tell you that. Obviously, this is a high profile issue that's the subject of an ongoing lawsuit. And there are 3 committee members on one side of the issue and the Bureau of Parks and Lands is on the other side. As I think most of you know, I'm a forest ecologist. I'm not a lawyer. And so I've been very cautious in speaking on this issue and perhaps overly so at times, because I don't want to jeopardize the state's position and standing in the lawsuit. We do respectfully disagree on some key issues, but believe me when I say I do hear your concerns and I do respect your opinions, as I know that you'll respect mine. So if there is additional information that you need following the hearing today or following the work session, the Commissioner and I and our staff will be more than happy to provide that to you. So on to 1075. As you heard from Senator Bennett, and no, this is not an April Fool's joke, I am speaking in support of LD 1075 on behalf of the department. This bill, as Senator Bennett described, would require the Bureau of Parks and Lands to establish a formal process for determining if a proposed activity on designated land would reduce or substantially alter the uses of that land. Currently, the law does not require any such process. However, because the department and Bureau recognize the value of public input in deciding whether an activity reduces or substantially alters public land pursuant to Title 12 MRS 598A, we support the general intent of the bill, and I think it reflects the testimony that I provided to the committee a year ago on a similar topic. When making decisions whether to grant a license, lease, or other type of agreement, we've routinely considered the following factors, including but not limited to the management plan for the property and the degree to which the activity is consistent with that plan, the types and extent of public uses on the property, the extent of the activity, that is the acreage of disturbance or square feet of disturbance, the duration of the activity, the type of disturbance, and the habitat affected. And with respect to the 2014 and 2020 lease to CMP, these factors were considered in determining whether the lease constitutes a substantial alteration of the uses of those public reserve lands. LD 1075 is an opportunity to codify these types of considerations through the rulemaking process. If the committee moves forward with the bill, we encourage you to consider a couple factors. First, Title 12 MRS 598 includes certain lands managed by agencies other than DACF, including wildlife management areas managed by IF&W and certain lands managed by Baxter State Park. In communications with IF&W, we understand that there are some concerns regarding the implications of LD 1075 on lands managed by that agency. In particular, IF&W has existing statutory guidance on the land use activities legally allowed, and IF&W honors that process created by the legislature. IF&W doesn't believe there is a need to follow an ACF approval process for management on lands that are within the scope of the purpose for which those lands were originally required. Because lands managed by IF&W and Baxter State Park would be affected by this legislation, we feel the committee should consider limiting the application of this legislation to only lands administered by the Bureau of Parks and Lands. Second, as you've heard, the Bureau would prefer that the rulemaking process consists of routine technical rules rather than major substantive rules. Routine technical rules would enable the efficient and appropriate documentation and public input scaled to each project without unnecessary administrative burdens. Accordingly, routine technical rules would likely be in place sooner than major substantive rules. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration of these issues, and I would be glad to take any questions now or at the work session at my peril.
Are there any questions for Director Cutco? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cutco, thanks for your testimony. I'm wondering if you can discuss the process that you go through now to engage in this kind of analysis.
Yeah, well, frankly, Representative O'Neill, good question. After the question at the last session about the extent to which these projects occurred and these decisions happened in the past prior to my tenure in the Bureau, I had some further discussions with staff about that. And the reality is there are very few cases where this substantial alteration question arose. There was clearly the 2014 case when this lease was issued, and I did consult with staff who were here at the time, the director who was here at the time, and I understand that many of the issues that I talked about in terms of consistency with the managed plan, the type and extent of disturbance, the duration of disturbance, et cetera, those factors were considered. However, as you know, the law did not require any documentation of that decision-making process. And as a result, those decisions were apparently not documented. We did document the decision for the 2020 lease, and it's outlined in a memo from September 2020. But that description did happen after the lease was created. The discussions and the evaluation certainly happened as we were looking at renegotiating the lease, but the documentation did not happen until afterwards.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. My question, which I will return to later, was a more general one about process, but I'll come back to that later just because you raised a few things in your answer that I'd like to discuss now. I think the first was that you discussed your process in 2020, and you're saying that in September you documented your analysis, but that it wasn't written up until then?
That's correct. I believe on 471, the attachment that was provided with our testimony was a September memo from myself and David Rodriguez, where we described that process. It was, yes, it was reduced in writing at that point.
All right, I think I'll just come back to that because really the train of thought that I was on, and I do have questions about what you've just said, was more, can you tell us about the process that you go through now, and not specific to the corridor and that lease, but just if you can explain the system that's in place now and why you support this change. So what the Constitution requires, designated lands that are spelled out in statute in Section 598A, criteria for a substantial alteration, the management plans, the public process that goes into making those. Just if you can discuss that whole scheme and how this will be an improvement. So it may take a little bit of time, but I just would appreciate if you could kind of lay that process out now.
Well, I think I'm not sure how much detail I need to go into here. The Senator Bennett described, I think, the need for LD 1075 in terms of a process that documents with public input the determination about substantial alteration. As I testified a year ago to this committee, when I was just coming into the position and learning about this, the project and the issue, at that time I said I wasn't sure whether my determination would be that it was a substantial alteration or not. But either way, I did think that it was a reasonable expectation that determination had public input, and that's what this bill does, and I support that. And beyond the details of that, I'll stand by my prior testimony, and we do have a management planning process that has public input, and there is a management plan for the lots in place with regard to the CMP project. But beyond that, I don't feel a need to go into greater detail because of, again, the sensitivity that's all much of that is being determined in court.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up just because I'd like my question answered, please.
What is your follow-up? Go ahead.
Director Cutco, what I am requesting of you now is for the committee. I think we had this conversation in a little bit greater of detail last session when we were all together discussing Senator Black's bill, and I'm wondering if we can go over that so that we're all on the same page now. And it would be helpful to me too to just go over what the current process is. And I think that helps us and gives us context to discuss why an improvement might be necessary or helpful, just to have the whole scheme with the Constitution, what designated lands are, the role that management plans play, the public input that goes into those, how they establish uses. So could you just kind of give us a few minutes of an overview of that process?
Sure. Just a second. I'm just trying to clear this up too, Representative. So what you want is starting right from the very beginning and walk us through the whole process. Is that what I'm hearing you ask?
Yes, please. Because what we're talking about right now is the substantial alteration analysis, and we're talking about the way that the agency could clarify that process. And what I'm requesting of Director Cutco is if you can give us the whole picture of how everything fits together. What's the process now? And then I think we can discuss what the changes would mean.
That's not meaning specific to any given piece, right? Representative, like the last bill, you just want the whole process from A to Z. Am I correct?
Yes, please.
As I've described in the testimony, designated lands include many of the lands administered by the Bureau of Parks and Lands, and some administered by IF&W, and some administered by Baxter State Park. And there is statutory language regarding management planning process for each parcel of public land. That is a process where we receive public input and we have a series of allocations for each land management unit. And those allocations consist of things like timber dominant area, a recreation dominant area, backcountry, no harvest, ecological reserve, etc. And not every acre can be managed for multiple things. So there are sometimes one and sometimes multiple allocations for each acre. And if you know the system of public lands, you'll know that a place like the Mahoosicks or the Bigelow Reserves or Giro Island are designated as ecological reserves, which is essentially the highest and most restrictive level of management. At the other end, on those acres, there are restrictions on timber harvesting, extractive uses, et cetera, motorized recreation, et cetera. Those are all in 1805, I believe, is the ecological reserves legislation. So as we look at a piece of land, we understand what the landscape dictates. What are the sensitive areas? What are the rare plant habitats, rare animal habitats, high recreation resources, and develop an allocation system that's determined to best protect the resources on site and yet accommodate the interests of recreationists and timber harvesting, et cetera. We have, over the last 15 years, been working around the state to develop those management plans with public input and are nearing the completion of the 15, they're either 10 or 15 year management plans. And I think some of the members of the committee have been involved in the management planning process for Tumbledown Mountain. Now, as you all know, there are other statutes. 1852 describes a number of ways in which the Bureau can lease land, including 1852 Section 4, which refers to utility leases. So the fact that 1852-4 exists, I think, clearly indicates that the legislature contemplated use of public reserve lands for utility lines. So when a project comes in, staff will evaluate the plans and proposal for that project and determine the consistency or lack thereof with the management plan and consider a number of the factors that I talked about in the testimony, and then make a determination as to whether that activity is most appropriate for a lease, a license, or an easement, and move forward accordingly. And I do believe that not only in the 2 years that I've been here, but in the prior tenure, that we have done everything according to the statute. And clearly, if the legislature wants to change that, that's its prerogative. If they want to go with major substantive rulemaking, that's clearly its prerogative. Our preference was to go with routine technical. So that's, I guess, an overview of the management planning process.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, one more, and then we got others waiting.
Thanks. And I appreciate it because I think it makes sense to kind of get this whole picture. So something in your description that I didn't hear, and I'll probably just ask for like a yes, is so the thing at the top here is that the Constitution requires approval of a 2/3 alteration for a reduction or a substantial alteration. I said alteration twice. So that's kind of the thing at the top here. Yes.
Well, to be clear, and again, I'm an ecologist, not a lawyer. So our position on the lawsuit has been that leases, according to 1852 Section 4.
I'm so sorry I'm so sorry to jump in. I just am hoping for kind of a clear overview so that we're on the same page, and I'm not referring back to the lawsuit, just kind of getting the whole scheme. Because I find that you're jumping back to that, and I just want to
the Bureau's
talk about the system that's in place now.
The Bureau's yes, the Bureau's opinion.
A clear kind of chart, just so that we're all on the same page.
The Bureau's opinion is that leases are exempt from 598A, and that's obviously being debated in the courts, and we'll see what the outcome of that is. I'm paying attention to that as you are, and because it is in the court, that question is being debated in the court. My inclination is to not delve into that further.
Thank you. We'll move on now. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Director Cutco. Just have a question, and maybe it'll help me clear up. Help me understand the Bureau, yours or the Bureau's mindset as it relates to public input. What degree of importance do you place on public input when making these decisions that we're talking about here today? Thank you.
Well, Representative Schofield, it's not your land, it's not my land, it's the public's land. And so I think that's why we are supporting LD 1075, is because we do support public input in decisions that affect our land management. We have I think, a pretty robust process of public input on our management plans. And I think 1075 would move the decisions around licenses, leases, and easements in that direction. And so I support that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Cutco, for being here. Appreciate your willingness to try to answer these questions. And of course, we remember back that you were here a year and a half ago talking about the former director's position and ruling and what he had done or they had done at that time. So my question is, if these rules had been in place in 2014 or 2020, do you think that we would be dealing with public lands and substantial alteration in the courts, the legislature, or with a citizens referendum if those rules had been in place at that time?
It's an excellent question, Senator Black. I wish I had a crystal ball to answer that question, but I can't answer that question. I do know that public accountability and transparency is always a good thing, and LD 1075 moves in that direction. And as Senator Bennett said, that's a good thing for the state.
Thank you.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Cutco. I am glad to hear that the Bureau is in support of the intent of the bill. I think where I'm coming into conflict is I think I have a different definition of public input. And I'm wondering if you can talk, to me, public input means just getting as much input as possible, including from the legislative body, since we are here to represent all of our people. And I'm wondering why, if you can comment a little bit on why excluding the legislature, committing to routine technical is still public input.
It's a good question, Senator Maxman, and clearly it's the committees and the legislature's prerogative to go the avenue of a major substantive if that's its desire. Our thought is that within our staff, we have people with graduate degrees in ecology and wildlife and forestry, and they are lifelong committed people to the resource who know the lands and know the management plans for the lands. And it's our perspective that it makes more sense to have seasoned professionals make and administer those rules with public input as opposed to a citizen legislature. And the other piece I think just to be aware of is that, we're obviously, I think, hyper-focused on the NECEC case here. It's what's driving a lot of this, clearly. We are, I think, reluctant to make an overly burdensome set of rules that might then apply to a single utility pole going from a dirt road to a lease camp. You know, there are a number of, I think, fairly minor things that could conceivably come under the jurisdiction of these rules, and we don't want to make them overly burdensome. But as I said at the outset, you know, that's our opinion, and the legislature obviously has the prerogative to go in the other direction.
Thank you so much. Can I ask one more question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you, Director Cutco, and I respect the expertise on your staff as well. I was just wondering if you could lay out for the committee the public input process around routine technical rulemaking.
I am not an expert in the APA, and so I don't want to do that here, but I can certainly do my homework on that and be prepared at the work session to talk about that further.
That would be great. Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Maxim jogged my memory about something. I realize there are some instances where you just mentioned a utility pole that crosses a portion of public lands in order for a camp on a lake to receive electricity, which may have never had before. And you lease a little couple 100 feet or whatever. Do you see a way to make a permit by rule sort of a situation to accomplish or to accommodate those small little leases? And if you don't have an answer for that now, Director, maybe going forward at the work session, maybe you could come back with some ideas on how that might be accomplished. Thank you.
It's a good question. It certainly doesn't sound like an unreasonable request, so I'm going to make a note of that.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure you had time to write it down, Director Cutco. I was pausing. So I just want to go back to kind of my process questions, because, and I'll say where I'm coming from is I think it is important that the committee is on the same page about the current process, and I am of the opinion that there's a clear process in place now. I think we do have an opportunity to sharpen it a bit based on our experiences, so that we don't run into questions like this one. But I saw you pivot to when we were talking about the process and whether or not the constitutional provision applied in the case at hand. And my question was not about that, but about the scheme that exists. And I don't think we can ask questions about that when we're describing the scheme that exists. So I want to just come back to that now that other folks have had the chance to ask questions, and to see if we could go through the scheme that exists, starting with the Constitution and then the designated land statute that you referred to, which is an implementing statute of the Constitution, referring back and saying what designated lands are, and then the criteria for a substantial alteration that you'll find in definitions under Title 12. Just, do you have that on hand? Are you able to describe that for us, just to kind of give the framework?
Well, I think
before you describe that, can you, for her question too, and for the rest of us at the work session, bring us a nice flow chart of just what she's asking, of starting with, the beginning where someone has a piece of, or a request to do something on designated land. And could you give us a flow chart of how you go down through, even though you're going to answer it here? Sometimes I'm much more of a visual learner than I am you talking through it. So could you do that for the work session? And then I'll let you go ahead and answer Representative O'Neill's question.
That would be super helpful. And if I could clarify what the question is, it would be the substantial alteration analysis and kind of the web of law that goes into that, including the management plans that you described. I think that would be really helpful. And if you could take a shot at at answering it now, that would be awesome, please.
I think I would prefer to do that at the work session, other than just saying that, you know, in my experience, in my 2-year experience here, the place where the Constitution 598 typically come up most often is, you know, the language talks about reduced or substantially altered. Reduced is land that is sold, and we've had a case of that earlier in the session with the sale of the Veterans Home. And I think the Bureau has been consistent all along with any land that is sold out of the state, that we go to the legislature for approval of that. Similarly, I believe the experience is that we've done that routinely for easements, because an easement is a permanent conveyance. And so 598A and the Maine Constitution always come into play with sales and easements. The questions about leases are a little more complicated, and hence the nature of the lawsuit. But that's a quick answer, and we can delve into that further at the work session.
All right, thanks for your answer. Arguably they are. I think we both know that that we had an incredibly clear conversation, you know, per the letter that we just sent you on that subject matter. So since you raised it, I just wanted to be able to jump in and respond to say that we did have a clear conversation with one another in which this committee unanimously said to you it is a substantial alteration. And I think you also acknowledged the public interest in the project, the need for transparency. So we had a clear discussion with one another, and it was not the process that was unclear. It was a choice on the part of the department to go ahead despite the conversations that we had and the clear public conversation about it. But to pivot to ask an actual question, I appreciated that you listed the factors. So I kind of have asked it through my questions, but I wanted to have a shared understanding as a committee about the Constitution, and then that we say what a substantial alteration is. And you had given some factors that that the Bureau has used in going through that analysis. And maybe just since we're here together, I'll read again that that substantially altered in definition means change so as to significantly alter physical characteristics in a way that frustrates the essential purposes for which that land is held by the state. And then skipping another sentence, the essential purposes of public reserved and non-reserved lands are the protection, management, and improvement of these properties for the multiple use objectives as established in section 1847. And then you talked about the management plans that you will reference back to. So in that context, can you talk about those factors that you listed? Because I think that's helpful for the committee to get an idea of what you would put in place and send back to us. And if you have any ideas about things that could be added or to make the process more clear and more firmed up than they have been. Because you had referenced, even in our first conversation during the last session, that there was an opportunity to make the process more clear. So I'd just be curious if you could walk us through that and talk about maybe opportunities for improving the process.
Well, so in terms of the Johnson Mountain and West Forks parcels, we leaned heavily on the management plan for that process, or for those lands. I have been on the lands myself and have seen the lands, and the lands are classified as a timber dominant management regime. So timber management is the dominant use. There are secondary uses as recreation and wildlife. I do think that it's of note, having been on the property, that there is an existing power line across the property that occupies actually more acreage of disturbance than the power line that's proposed. And so that is clearly a factor as well. And so we look at
what, Director? I'm so sorry to interrupt. You're going back to the CMP lease, and that's not what I was referring to. I just was referring to more generally.
Sure, thank you. I was using the CMP lease as an example. Clearly, there is a lot of interest in it. So those are the types of things that we would consider: is what is the dominant management for the property? What is the recreational use? What are the ecological values? Is it old growth forest, or is it working forest that has been managed multiple times? What are the habitat types that are present? Which ones are lacking? What's the adjacent landscape look like? What's the duration and extent of disturbance? Is it pavement? Is it power line? Is it various other types of vegetation removal? Are there chemicals involved, et cetera? All of those factors. So a number of those I've mentioned. And those are the types of things that have been considered in the past. But again, there has not been a codified process for documenting those to the extent that a paper is written and people could have an opportunity to review and comment on that. And that's what LD 1075 does. And we support it.
Thank you. And so the second part of my question was just, is there anything that you would add, any improvements to the analysis that goes on now, something that could be more helpful to add?
It's a good question. Again, I've listed in the testimony a number of the criteria that would typically come to mind, but I can certainly think about that for the work session.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. And I'm just referring back to our original conversation last year when you had noted that there was an opportunity to improve the process and have clear criteria. So just referring back to that suggestion of yours.
Representative McCray.
You seem to be muted.
I'm all set.
Okay.
It was left up and I didn't take it down. My apologies.
Are there any other questions for Director Cutco? If not, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Charlene Cummings, and my understanding is that you're going to testify on behalf of yourself, and you have a couple of other testimonies too. Is that correct?
No, Chairman, I only have two this now.
Okay. So you've got your own, so I'll give you 3 minutes for that, and then I'll give you like another extra minute or so to highlight the other one. How's that?
Okay. Let me pull it up here.
Yep. So I'm setting my timer for 4 minutes, just so you know.
Okay. Senator Dale, Representative O'Neill, members of the committee. I am testifying in support of LD 1075. My name is Charlene Cummings, and I'm a resident of Phippsburg, Maine. I am again before you representing myself and the true owners of Maine's public lands, the Maine people. I am also here as a co-plaintiff in the suit against the Bureau of Public Lands illegal and backdoor lease of Johnson Township and West Fork public lots to Central Maine Power, which was negotiated behind closed doors and without the legislative approval required by the Maine Constitution. I am the daughter of journalist Bob Cummings, whose articles in the 1970s were instrumental in recovery of these lands for the people of Maine. Any objective analysis of the 1 mile by 300-foot power line corridor proposed to bisect our public lands would find that the property's timber harvesting, recreation, and wildlife purposes to be fundamentally altered by the proposal. This bill, in conjunction with LD 471, makes clear the legislature is asserting its constitutional right to weigh in on decisions regarding the public reserved lands and wants clearly defined rules in place to ensure these lands are managed as a public trust. The rules developed under LD 1075 need to be strongly worded to protect both human needs and meet the flora and fauna needs as well. Any proposed rules for determining a substantial alteration need to account the surrounding land uses as well. The public lands of Johnson Township and West Forks are small parcels, but they are parts of a larger regional conservation partnership with public and private interests, including Cold Stream Forest and the Moosehead Region Conservation Easement, designed in part to protect the native brook trout fishery in this area. These public lands provide an important connection between these two projects. I want to thank Representative O'Neill and the committee for your letter on March 29th to the department. Whoops, that's a typo. To the BPL. I strongly urge a ought to pass vote for LD 1075. And let me switch to my sister's testimony, and I will read what I can of that. All right. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Brenda Cummings, and I live in Bath, Maine. I've appeared before the committee recently, so you may remember them, the daughter of Bob Cummings, the journalist who first wrote about the 400,000 acres of public lands that Maine had forgotten it owned back in the 1970s. I am also by profession an assessor, which will come up later in my remarks. I'm here today to speak about the importance of LD 1075. I'll submit longer comments separate from this testimony later today. Though the purpose of LD 1075 is not to create the criteria to be used by the Bureau of Public Lands, but rather to require the Bureau to develop such criteria. I'm going to take this opportunity to provide the Bureau with some common sense criteria. Contrary to Director Cutco's remarks at the hearing for LD 471, it may not take experts at the BPL to determine whether a substantial alteration to our public lands is proposed. With apologies to Jeff Foxworthy, whose versions of this are much funnier, you may be proposing a substantial alteration to our public lands if the economic life of your proposal is longer than the terms of your lease. You might be proposing a substantial alteration to our public lands if your financial investment in your proposal is larger than the value of your lease. You may be proposing a substantial alteration if the alteration you are proposing creates a taxable asset on our public lands, particularly if that asset is worth more than the affected lands are valued. CMP will be declaring the new poles and transmission lines as taxable asset and has touted the property tax income as a benefit to communities affected by the transmission line. Thank you for the consideration of 1075, LD 1075. It is an important step to ensuring the Bureau fulfills a constitutional trust to the people of Maine.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. The next three I have to testify are Eliza Townsend, Randall Parr, and Janet Lynch. So,
thank you.
Eliza.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Eliza Townsend. I'm the Maine Conservation Policy Director for the Appalachian Mountain Club, which is the nation's oldest conservation, recreation, and education organization with the mission to foster the protection, enjoyment, and understanding of the outdoors. I will skip to the heart of my testimony. Over the past 15 months, this committee has expended a fair amount of time and energy discussing a proposed private use of 2 parcels of public land. This will not be the last time that such a question arises. As we testified on LD 471, and before that on last year's LD 1893, there will be future requests for use of the public lands that we cannot anticipate today. The best way to make difficult decisions balancing the many demands placed upon the Bureau of Parks and Lands is through transparency. Yet, 2 successive administrations have chosen the opposite, negotiating and signing a lease for private use of public lands without informing or seeking the approval of the legislature. Most recently, BPL Director Cutco declined repeatedly to even answer the committee's questions about the lease. Clearly, the people of Maine, the owners of the lands, need and deserve a better process. LD 1075 requires the Bureau of Parks and Lands to develop, through major substantive rulemaking, an objective process for evaluating whether a proposed use would reduce or substantially alter a public land. Further, it requires public notice and a comment before any new use can be authorized. This approach is sensible and clearly needed. 2 weeks ago, in opposing LD 471, Director Cutco argued that that bill offered no threshold for what constitutes a substantial alteration pursuant to Title 12, Maine Revised Statutes, subsection 598A. He further provided the committee with an 11-page memo retroactively justifying the Bureau's actions in signing a lease with Central Maine Power for use of the Johnson Mountain Township and West Forks Plantation public lands. The time for the Bureau to conduct that analysis and share it with the committee was before the lease was signed. LD 1075 will help to ensure that in the future, such proposals get the scrutiny they deserve and that the public will have a say in the fate of the lands held in trust for them. I asked the committee to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'd like to add to my written remarks that by now I hope that each member of the committee has seen the photographs of the harvesting that has taken place in the vicinity of Mosquito Mountain, which is not a public land, but an example of what we can anticipate should the Central Maine Power move forward to harvest our public land. And I'd also add that the management plan for these two parcels of land is the Upper Kennebec management plan. It's for a much larger area. And it is very specific in its highlighting of fish as one of the high priorities of the entire management approach. And that's why the Coldstream Forest was added using Land for Maine's future dollars. Thank you. Answer any questions.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Ms. Townsend, for being here again today. And it's a pleasure to see you once more.
Good to see you.
And I recall when you were Commissioner of Conservation a couple of years ago now, you were about 16. If this whole process had, I think I've asked you this question before, maybe last session. I think I've asked you a similar question before, and I sort of know your answer, but I just want to ask it again for the benefit of the members of the committee who may not have been there the first time you responded to it. And that is this: during your tenure as commissioner, if this sort of a project had brought itself forward, what would your response have been compared to the way it occurred that we're seeing now? Could you just give us an overview of that? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. And I would like to say that I was not with the Bureau of Parks and Lands. Obviously, I was in a different role. But I believe that in the time that I served at the Department of Conservation, the Bureau did repeatedly bring to the committee proposals for much less substantial changes, whether they were deals for land trades or for leases. They were far less involved in this, but they came to the committee. And that's the way I would hope that it would always be approached. Transparency is the name of the game. And to go back to Mr. Cutco's point about a single utility pole, I doubt very much that the committee would object to the installation of a single utility pole in certain circumstances. But the whole point of bringing it to the committee is to have that input.
Thank you. And I think that's a very good response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Townsend, for coming today. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on this routine technical versus major substantive debate going on right now, and what your perspective is as someone who has been on the inside.
I would strongly urge the committee to stick with the major substantive. I'll date myself a little further and tell you that Senator Bennett and I served in the House together in the Pleistocene era. And the debate took place then as to whether the state ought to have major substantive rules and legislative oversight. And I will tell you that I voted against. I bought into the argument at the time that bureaucrats were best suited to make these decisions. And I'm here to tell you that I was wrong. And that in the intervening decades, the major substantive rulemaking process has worked well. And this is precisely an example of when decisions and this high level, this important to all citizens of Maine, deserves to come back to the committee and for you to give input into the final adoption of those rules.
Thank you.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for being here, Ms. Townsend. There is a thing that has recurred over the discussions of these things, and there is one little minor thing that has bothered me. We've had a couple of leases over a couple of administrations that were signed, and at least on one of them, the comment was made that it was an undocumented understanding, undocumented meeting. And does it strike you that, let's say in your practice, had such a proposal been brought forth, would you have seen it most fit to have it documented so that it could see the light of day and people could see the process that was used in making the decision?
Well, again, to be clear, I served first as deputy commissioner and later as commissioner. I was not within the bureau itself. But given I just don't see there's any way to look at this proposal and not see that it's a substantial alteration.
Right.
But especially when we're talking about the private use of a public asset, I think we'd all be better served if that request were documented and if the discussion around it were documented.
Thank you very much. That was not necessarily a softball question, so I appreciate your forthright answer. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, seeing no more. Whoops, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gotta be a little faster with that hand, Representative.
Ms. Townsend, thank you for your testimony. So something I would like to hear from you on is I support the idea of looking at how we can clarify this process, and I'm glad that Senator Bennett brought it to us. Something I'd like to hear from you on is kind of your thought either way about this. In my mind, the process is clear in that it requires the Bureau to, bring something to the legislature if it looks like it would be a substantial alteration. I don't think there's much question here, and I don't want to give that impression. And that's kind of why I'm taking the time to say this on mic and put that into the record. I want to be sure that anyone listening doesn't think that this process isn't clear. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that. Having worked for the department, and yeah, I apologize, I'm wandering a little bit, but just could you comment on that and the fact that the requirements here do seem clear. If you're, a cautious person working for an agency, you're likely going to bring it before the legislature, but unfortunately we are here and looking at ways to add clarity.
Thank you. Let me see if I can answer your question clearly. There's no question in my mind as to whether what's happening in Northwest Maine is a substantial alteration of the land. If you haven't seen, that's Mosquito Mountain behind my head in the Zoom photograph. If you have not seen the photos of the clearing of the land in that area, I will find them and send them to you. They're shocking. So to argue that the proposal for the New England Clean Energy Connect is, just no substantial alteration over the existing Jackman tie line is ridiculous. And in the absence, though, of the rules contemplated by this legislation, We have the debate taking place in this committee and in the courts as well, all pivots on what is a substantial alteration and whether this meets that standard. I think we'd be well served to establish standards for the future for the reasons I laid out with it. With wind power and with solar power and other forms of energy demand, there will be proposals put forward in the future that you and I can't contemplate today.
Thank you.
And to be clear, again, the public lands have always they've had in holdings. There are, as we know, there are sporting camps that are housed within certain public lands. The property law is messy, but those are, by and large, not substantial alterations. They are consistent with the overall management of the property.
Okay, seeing no other hands, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yep, and the next person up is Randall Parr. You're all set, sir, but we can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Nope. Still no. What I'm going to let you do is try to get it fixed. I'm just going to move on to the next one in line. I'll come right back to you after the next person testifies. All right, next on the list is Janet Lynch. I'll come right back to you, Mr. Parr, if you can get it fixed after this person.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today on this bill, and thanks also to Senator Bennett for introducing it. Recent revelations associated with the lease of certain public lands by the state of Maine to CMP for its highly controversial and environmentally disruptive proposed power line project without providing adequate opportunities for public notice and comment in violation of Article 9, Section 23 of the Maine State Constitution underline the urgent need for this bill. This was highlighted in the recent Black v. Cutco case before the Maine Superior Court, in which the court found that, quoting, utility leases, including those for electric utility leases, are not categorically exempt from the application of Article 9, Section 23 of the Maine Constitution, which compels a 2/3 vote of the legislature to authorize changes in use of public lands. Given that using a lease as opposed to a sale to effect changes in uses of our public lands cannot exempt that change in use from the Constitution, as Justice Murphy noted in her opinion, citing plaintiffs, what matters are two aspects: whether the use significantly alters the land's physical characteristics and whether the alterations frustrate the essential purposes for which the land is held. The very fact that this case was litigated indicates the need for better statutory clarity on this issue. As Justice Murphy found, the state may not use the technicality of lease as opposed to sale to evade constitutional authority in this regard. As the question of the definition of what constitutes reduced or substantially altered is the key here, this bill is required to, as its summary states, establish an objective evaluation process for such determinations. While this may seem technical, in practice, it has huge implications for the people of the state of Maine to provide real transparency on decisions regarding the use of our state's public lands, which would have the effect of reducing or substantially altering them, and to provide the people of the state through our elected representatives in the legislature to weigh in on changes in the use or proposed changes in the use of our public lands, regardless of the means of such changes, as is clearly required by Article 9, Section 23 of the Maine Constitution. Those are my comments. I have written comments, which I hope that I can submit additionally. I guess that's a question for.
Sure, go ahead, please. Are there any questions for Mrs. Lynch? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next three I have are Tom Saviello, Mickey Rice, and Matthew Rhodes.
The last two are not here.
Last two are not here. Okay, we'll take those off the list. And go ahead, Dr. Saviello.
Thank you, chairs and committee. Thank you for your time. And yes, I still owe you and I will pay up. And I want to say a special hello to my friend, Jeff Gifford. Jeff and I have worked together for a long time, long before either one of us thought we'd be in the legislature. I am here to support 1075 and glad the department agrees. I believe the department now realizes they took a major misstep in not making a finding of substantial alteration in either the 2004 or 2014 or 2020 lease. In my days of environmental auditing, when something wasn't documented, it wasn't done. Contrary to Mr. Cutco's statement, this finding was made for the 2020 lease. Judge Murphy disagreed and said the finding did not exist. In fact, he went on to say that 1852-4 was not applicable without a finding of substantial alteration. Let me also remind you that Mr. Cutco suggested a workaround to bypass the constitutional vote required in 2020. I disagree with Mr. Cutco's comment to the rulemaking as being routine technical as an administrative burden. You, the legislature, and specifically this committee, are trustees for the public lands. You need to be involved with the committee with full public scrutiny. I can't imagine when I was the chair of the Environment and Natural Resources sending the mining rules, which I regret that I was involved in, to the Department of Environmental Protection without legislative oversight. And there's a history to that, and I'd be glad to share that with you. But it needed a major substantive so this legislature could weigh in and the public could do it as well. Let me emphasize public scrutiny is critical. Mr. Cutco agreed with that last year. But let me say this about major substantive. It makes sure the public participates, as I said, and it also keeps other government agencies and the executive branch out of the final decision making. The only way is to do this is through major substantive rules. Extra points I want to make to the committee is that you may want to remind Mr. Cutco as you go down this path to look at LD1 that passed in the 125th legislature, which sets a lot of requirements in relation to rulemaking that need to be taken into consideration, including cost-benefit analysis, references, and why they support the decision. I also suggest that you may look at 1852, 12 MRSA 1852, because that was put into place before the constitutional amendment. For example, it gives the governor the ability to lease land if she wants to. Or it also has there are sections such as 1852-4, which are out of date. And it also allows for an exemption for setting up for mills, dump sites, and tunnels on the public land. Perhaps you want to modify that as you go forward. Again, I support this LD 1075 by closing by saying, I wholeheartedly support this bill as a revision and possible revision of 1852. The rules envisioned by 1075 need to come to this committee for the legislative approval. Nothing less would be acceptable. You and your colleagues are charged with protecting the public lands, not the technical people in the bureaucracy. The public lands are in the legislative trust. You need to be involved in that decision making, not the department. I'm hoping that you'll take this forward and do this. as the public had asked you to do, and treat this as major substantive rules as it goes forward. And I will be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Saviello? It's been a long day, Dr. Saviello. I hope it's your camera and not my eyes, so.
I think it's your eyes. It can't be my camera. I
Representative
appreciate what you
O'Neill.
guys do. I've decided I hate Zoom meetings.
Yeah. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Saviello, for being here to testify. My first question for you is something that came up, and I know you know a bit about the history for these parcels in particular, was about utility lease already there. Could you talk about that history and why that is different?
Yeah, there's a 1963 lease that was called the Jackman Tie Line, and I'll remind all of you that that was put in prior to the main constitutional change in 1993. So it's not applicable anymore. To use that as an example is not appropriate if one had done their homework in relation to what the Constitution law says and what 598A says.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thanks. So my question for you, my other question goes back to the existing process. And would you say that even though we need to have transparency, if we can bring objectivity to the process and improve it, why not? So even though, you know, we might have those goals, would you say that the current process is clear, that if the Bureau needs to consider whether there's a substantial alteration, that there's a clear kind of process and flow chart to go through?
Yeah, that would be helpful. But, you know, as I said on listening to the questioning of Mr. Cutco, having sat on this committee, my question to him is, how did you decide to bring the ones to us when I was a committer of the committee? Or how do you decide which ones to bring to us that you believe need the 2/3 vote? And how do you separate them out where they don't need to come to you? I would add that as you go through the major substantive rules, you may have to find a way to do permit by rule, but I'm not so sure the Constitution allows you to do that. And the concerns he brings up about the other two, I just add, I think they need to carefully look at the Constitution because it doesn't differentiate whether it's wildlife land or Baxter State Park. If it's considered to be public lands, it may be well covered, but there may be a way to do that. That's how I would ask that question, Representative O'Neill.
Thanks.
Representative Underwood.
Hi, Mr. Civiello.
Hello.
I just was looking for your testimony, written testimony. Have you submitted it? Or
No,
I'd like to
I
read-
will. I usually like to write it as my past experience, literally when I'm sitting in the room, as I listen to the comments that are being made to help answer some questions, but I can type it up and submit it to you if you'd like.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, we'll do that.
Representative Schofield.
Be nice, Schofield.
I am always nice to you, Senator, and good afternoon. How are you? Thank you, Senator Dill. I realize, and I am 100%, we need to make sure we're transparent. Transparency isn't always easy.
No kidding.
Because it can be, because you can, sometimes when you open up a can of worms, you can get an answer you don't want. And I understand that, but I do believe in transparency. But on the other hand, it does seem to me there are some situations where there is a road through a public land. It might be a public road through a public, or a private road through a public land. And there needs to be a right of way for whatever reason, a power line, or maybe just a driveway, where it has very little impact on the public land as a whole, or the objectives that are outlined for that public land, so that a permit by rule, so to speak, might be in the offing. Do you see, through your experience as both a land manager and as a legislator, any way that we could somehow include that in this, so that those things, I think you know what I'm talking about, can be accomplished without having to wait for a legislative session or whatever? Could you expand on?
I don't mean to cut you off, Tom.
No, that's no, would you?
Yeah, I believe so, because as I think about it, as you're gonna go through this rulemaking process, that I believe you need to make substantive, so it comes back to you for conversation, which actually creates more public scrutiny as you go forward. Because there's gonna be a hearing in front of the committee as well as the hearings and them developing the rules. In that, when you create the checklist, the documentation, it could be that when you have that single pole in there or that road, it gets a check next to it saying, no, this is not a substantial alteration. So it makes the department do a little bit more work, but ultimately it's a no-brainer. They understand that. So if you go into it and said, I need to create it so that the single pole, as long, and I think Ms. Townsend said it right, as long as it's in the right place. You know, if it's going in a wetland, it's a different story. But you have a checklist. If it fills that checklist, then you give them the permit. If you're not sure, you bring it to the committee because you have the ultimate responsibility. And at some point, you'll create a history of which then it doesn't have to come back to the committee because you'll say, oh, I've already dealt with this before. It's very similar. So these are the ones that we're not going to ask for the committee's approval. So yeah, I believe you can carve that out pretty easily by making sure you have a process that you need to go through.
Yep, there'll be a precedent set due to prior examples.
That is correct.
Thank you. Appreciate your help.
Senator Black.
Uh-oh, he better be really nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, the Honorable Dr. Saviello. I'm going to ask you the first question I got for you. These rules had been in place. It's about the same question I asked Director Cutco in his testimony time. These rules had been placed in 2014 and 2020. Do you think we would be going through what we are now with the courts, legislature, and referendum?
I actually do not. I think at some point I've made the comment in the press or other places, if had this been fully transparent in 2014, I'll almost bet it passed because nobody would have understood what was being put in. That's just a guess. Maybe we would have gone through more details in the committee and found out what it was about. But when I hear things like, well, the committee knew because it was in our annual report. Yeah, I said, well, we had to put a transmission line in. What does that tell me? It doesn't tell me anything. So yes, I do believe that it had been fully transparent and had a conversation, just like Representative O'Neill is asking, just like Representative Schofield just asked, if there's a process, they went through the process and they got it, we wouldn't be having this conversation today.
Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
And this goes back to the question I asked earlier of the director. He made statements, had a statement where he said if it had been under his watch, you heard the statement he made. Are you surprised at the actions that were taken this last year with the present administration after hearing his comments a year ago?
Yes, very surprised and very disappointed, particularly, and I don't think this whole committee had it, and I don't know whether in the last work session you suggested, but you want to get a copy of all the correspondence that went on 2 weeks after you left the legislature to see what was happening. And what's really disturbing to me is a comment that is attributed to Mr. Cutco was language that he suggested that would be a runaround or a chase around, whatever, go around the constitutional amendment, where he said, let's call it an amended new lease, and we won't have to deal with Title IX, Section 23. That, to me, is very, very disturbing. But yes, I was very surprised and very disappointed.
Thank you, Mr. Saviello, for your hard work on this issue.
Thank you, Senator Black, for all your help and encouragement. Your maple syrup is not too bad.
Representative Underwood.
Neither is yours, Randy, by the way.
Hello.
Representative Underwood.
I defer. I must have accidentally raised my hand.
Okay, no problem. Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dale, and thank you, Tom, for being here. You brought up a good point just a minute ago. In a report that you said came out, and I believe we all read it, referred to as a transmission line. And as I sit here in my house looking out the window, what I refer to as a transmission line is a set of poles with some power lines on it, not something huge. So I just wanted to make it a point that there's quite a contradiction in what a transmission line is, I guess.
And thank you, Representative Hall. And by the way, your maple syrup's better than Russell Black's. But anyway, I would just make the point that I sent some pictures into you guys as part of my testimony on 471. If you haven't looked at them, look at them. And I think as Ms. Townsend said, look at what she sends what's going on. I mean, I've been around clear cuts. I'm a forester. I've been there. This is not a clear cut. It's not growing back. And you'll see quite a difference, even if you look at the one I sent to you, which is the proposed picture of what they send out to the public and what the actual looks like. I think you'll understand why some of us believe it's a substantial alteration of the properties.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
My pleasure, and be careful with that turkey.
Up next is Mary Ellen Machucci, followed by Sandra Howard. So go ahead, Mary Ellen, if you'd unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, and for all that you're doing to have some legislative control over this. My name is Mary Ellen Marucci. I have been trained and done things both in engineering and in research in the medical field, but I am not a doctor. I am not anybody. I'm just a human being. And I happen to be living in Maine for at least 12, 14 years now. And I've been very concerned about the windmills because we knew we couldn't take intermittent power very much, 3%. And I was very concerned about ISO New England and the nuclear power industry and its nuclear waste. After the Democratic convention, debates they were having, I listened into two of them. And two different people, Elizabeth Warren and someone else, I can't remember, don't know how to pronounce his name. I believe he has a position in government now, federal government, under Biden as an appointee. But he and she were talking about thorium reactors. Now, I was up in the University of Maine at Fort Kent. I went back to school, and my first course was a GIS course. We were trying to figure out where the windmills could go in Fort Kent. Some people had come in and offered a lump of money that was equal to their deficit. I guess in lieu of taxes, if they went for it. And they had a committee meeting about it, and they want to make sure the windmill didn't drop over to a certain area. Well, the reason I'm telling you this is because while I was up there, there was a dump of information from WikiLeaks. And I scoured it just for people who were opposed to nuclear. When I found Hillary Clinton talking to her counterpart, I assumed that she was Secretary of State, or maybe when she was governor of Connecticut, not governor, senator in New York. But I also noticed her big issue was how do you silence them? Now, we know we have nuclear industry here. I knew from Dr. Chu, who was at Department of Energy, an issue about the nuclear fund dismantling monies, not the ones that they put the money up to decommission it, but the one to deal with the high-level waste that is still sitting at Wiscasset in Maine and in Connecticut. I was I was in an organization I helped start called Cooperative Citizen Monitoring Network. We moved to shut down the nuclear power plants until the waste could be stored safely in the pools. In my conversation with those people, they told me they could keep it from being leaked at the DOE. Said this. They could keep it from leaking for a year and a half. I have since found out the warranty on those cans. I'm not sure if they have the Areva in Maine, but they were 20-year warranty. They're passed in Maine. The new cans are thinner. Each one needs to have a hot cell on it. But I got a call. I was not following this. I thought in Connecticut they divested from the general fund, the pension fund, I'm sorry, of the state of Connecticut, the nuclear materials, the nuclear shares, or whatever they had in their bonds, whatever they were. And there was some issues about the pension fund. Now, I'm saying all this only to let you have the big picture of what we're talking about with the CMP. Central Maine Power is a corridor. Up north, they were laying big power lines all the way up, I guess it was Route 1. No, not Route 1, on the left side of it. Is it Route 11? And up there, I was wondering, why are these huge power lines coming up? And it was, we up there, what I called the PUC, to see if I could buy clean power, not nuclear power. I was told they only had one choice, was New Brunswick Power, or was it Quebec Power? I'm not sure, but one of them was up there. And up there, you don't even know you're in Maine until you're 10 miles in from the border because of the old issues about who owns what up there, I guess. Maybe we'll step way back when the British left and the French came in, or the French came in, and I don't know my history.
Yeah,
But
yeah, Mary
right
Ellen.
now, with the corridor.
Mary Ellen, your 3 minutes
The
are up.
Yankee Atomic Industry, I'm sorry, the Yankee Atomic Industry is the Yankee Atomic. They own 4 plants. Well, Iberdrola owns them now from Spain. And in June of 2018, I got a text message from someone, because I was disassociated with the whole issue, letting me know that the federal government was having trouble because they flipped over the high-level waste fund over to the taxpayer instead of the ratepayer. And now it's coming through because I am concerned that states are going to lose control because this is a corridor. And all the pads, the 4 pads that Iberdrola bought up, are now on the block to become thorium reactors. And I want the state of Maine to still, and the citizens of Maine and the people who have to live around these things have a real say. And I don't want to see the corridor go through without people knowing why it's going through. Show the whole grid. Show the 20-year plan. In Connecticut, we had a siting council that showed the 20-year plan. It was public information.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. You're out of time. Can you summarize, please? In a couple sentences, please summarize.
I know when you interrupt me, you delete 10 seconds of my conversation before and after from the tape recorder. Tell me why you're interrupting me.
Because you have 3 minutes to testify. The timer went off.
Did
and
I
you're way
see it
past
already?
that. Oh, yes. Did you hear the timer go off?
No, sir, I am partially deaf. I'm almost blind. I have no internet. I came over a phone line, was really struggling. I didn't know this was going to happen. The notice I got that this was happening was sent at 7:30. My cell phone, which has no service on, is still letting text messages through. I'm disabled, and you want somebody to give testimony quickly. I would love to do it in writing, but I have no internet. No libraries are open, and I don't even know if I had a limit.
You can submit in writing still. So if you would go ahead and submit,
I have to get access to a computer that I can see on. And I have no internet. I have no money. The poor can't testify. The people who are up there without internet service can't testify. We're in lockdown. COVID-19 mimics radiation poisoning. So it would be nice to be able to stop this thing where it is. We don't want thorium reactors in Maine. We don't want Iberdrola from Spain talking about recycling, and they're talking about carbon all the time. Yes, carbon's a problem. Carbon, to sequester it in your soil. Biochar is a good idea, but it has a balance. It lets off gases when you make it.
Thank you.
It's not carbon gases so much, but it lets off gases. You got to balance things.
Yes, we'll see if there's
and
questions.
Go ahead and talk about this train or that rule. Some of the laws are based on bad laws that were just to see if it's profitable. There's things that have to be done for the public, and the public has to do them. And they have to know their government isn't refunding money to make sure the profit balance against their good. And how do you know it says low?
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Are there any questions for?
I'm concerned
yes,
about state.
We have Cheryl.
Yes, Mary Ellen, this is the lady you talked with on the telephone.
Yes, please.
And what I have your phone number, and what I'll do is send you an address that you can mail me your testimony, and I'll make sure it gets online, okay?
Will you accept handwritten?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much, Erin.
You are welcome.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Marucci? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, next is Sandra Howard.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. Can you hear me okay? I'm outside.
Yes, we can. You're outside. Isn't it raining where you are?
Well, I'm at my son's bus stop. As you know, the hearing's been an all-day experience, so thank you very much for staying on. My name is Sandra Howard, and I'm pleased to submit testimony on behalf of Say No to NECEC, a grassroots 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're an environmental education and advocacy group opposed to large-scale industrial development in Western Maine. We are a nonpartisan group, and we are member-funded. Our organization encourages the ACF committee to support LD 1075 and act to protect public lands. Last month, I was privileged to address this committee by providing testimony in support of LD 471 to ensure proper oversight of use for lands that belong to the people of Maine. And today I'm here to assert that because the Bureau of Parks and Lands does not have a process or specified rules to determine if a project meets substantially altered criteria, this puts the protection of public lands in Maine in jeopardy. LD 1075 would address this very issue. As you know, in 1993, 72% of Mainers voted to protect Maine public lands by amending the Constitution to require a 2/3 legislative vote for sales or leases that substantially reduce or alter the value of land held in public trust. However, a recent example of non-compliance was revealed when 2 administrations in a row issued leases to CMP without the constitutionally required legislative vote. And recently, Justice Murphy found that the Bureau did not properly identify if any CEC would substantially reduce or alter the value of public lands before issuing those leases. The concept of altering public lands, however, extends beyond one single project. And we ask the legislature to act to require that the Bureau develop and evaluate projects that are in accordance with an objective set of specified criteria that define what substantially altered truly means as it relates to protecting public lands. Public lands belong to the people of Maine. Mainers need to be able to rely on transparent processes, predictable measurements, and that the Maine Constitution is being followed by state government leaders and agencies. In order to ensure openness and transparency in the future, it is important to pass LD 1075. Establishing rules will ensure that the Constitution is upheld and that the same standard is applied to reviewing requests for leases and sales involving public lands, regardless of who is in power. So, in closing, we urge the ACF committee to support 1075 and act to protect public lands to ensure the proper assessment of potential projects that would substantially alter public lands that belong to the people of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Heidi Vert-Taylor, followed by Jeff Reardon and Kate Weatherby.
Heidi's not here.
Heidi is not here. Okay.
And Kate is ready and Jeff's on his way in.
Okay, go ahead with, we'll go with Kate then. If you, Jeff's on here and Kate is on here. Go ahead, Ms. Weatherby.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Kate Weatherby. I live in New Sharon, and I represent myself. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you on LD 1075 and act to protect public lands. This bill strikes me as being of paramount importance right now in life events over the past year. Clearly, this bill has at least partially been inspired by the controversy surrounding CMP's lease to use public lands for their NECEC project, but it has also brought to light the fact that we desperately need to have standards in place when addressing potential future usage of our public lands. Clearly, residents of Maine care about their public lands, or they wouldn't have amended the Constitution to ensure that our legislature approved any significant changes. Last year, while testifying about LD 1893, Director Cutco from the Bureau of Parks and Lands seemed genuinely to appreciate Representative Schofield's comments about bringing more definition to the decision-making process of what would constitute a substantial alteration to land. He went so far as to say, quote, "That's one of the things we intend to do," unquote, and that he wanted, quote, "to be as transparent as we possibly can about these decisions," unquote. He added, in response to Representative Schofield's request that the Bureau provide this committee with proposed changes for your approval, that would be, quote, "an entirely reasonable expectation," unquote. In light of that, it is rather shocking that within weeks he was secretly renegotiating the NECEC lease, and that it took an additional 3 months for him to release any determination about how that lease might affect the lands it would cross. He tried to prevaricate in his testimony against LD 471 2 weeks ago by claiming that just because that determination wasn't reduced into writing doesn't mean it didn't take place prior to signing the new lease. But that's rather like putting the cart before the horse. A year ago, Director Cutco recognized that there was a great deal of interest in this lease and vowed to, quote, be fully transparent moving forward, unquote. I'm having a hard time reconciling the two statements. If he did recognize that this was an issue of intense concern for a majority of the population of Maine, why wouldn't he follow the same standards he already professed to uphold? If it had truly been made in advance, that determination should have been released prior to even commencing renegotiation of that lease, not months after the new lease was signed. I understand that members of this committee are already well aware of most of what I've said. Several of you are even co-sponsors on this bill, and I thank you for that. I wanted to let you know that others are aware of this as well and are equally unsettled by how the Bureau of Parks and Lands appears to be acting in bad faith. It has become quite apparent that there need to be some standards set to ensure accountability moving forward. In the ringing words of Representative O'Neill, this is public land we're talking about. These lands belong to all of us and have been entrusted to the care of the Bureau of Parks and Lands to manage them on our behalf. Unfortunately, Director Cutco has made it abundantly clear that we cannot simply take him at his word that he has our best interests at heart. I strongly urge you to take the steps necessary to provide the Bureau with the guidance they clearly lack by voting ought to pass on LD 1075. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Nick Bennett.
Senator.
Oops, I'm sorry, Jeff. I skipped you. You're next.
I can go after Nick. Either way, it's fine. I just want to forget me.
You're next.
Thank you.
Sorry, Nick.
No Sorry, Nick.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name's Jeff Reardon. I work for Trout Unlimited, and I'm testifying today on behalf of 6 Maine chapters and over 2,000 members in support of LD 1075. 1075 would require the Bureau of Public Lands to adopt rules to create an objective evaluation process to determine whether a proposed activity on public reserved lands would cause the land to be reduced or substantially altered. As the NECEC lease demonstrates, the current evaluation process is opaque, poorly documented, and completely lacking in public notice or comment. The lease was originally negotiated in 2014, renegotiated in 2015, renegotiated again in 2020 after this committee raised questions about the 2015 lease. Not until September of 2020, on round 3, did the BPL write a memorandum to the Public Lands lease file to make their determination about alteration to the land. In addition to the 6 years of internal BPL process on the lease, there was also consideration in 2018 of an alternate NECEC route through the Coldstream Forest. Now, we don't know a whole lot about what was in that except for what's outlined in a memo that was attached to my testimony. And I confess I can neither follow the legalese in it nor exactly what it was evaluating, but there was clearly consideration of potentially issuing a lease across a property that had recently been acquired with all public money, including $1.5 million from the Land for Maine Future program and matching money from the Forest Legacy program. AG Parker determined that if BPL determined on the Coldstream property bought with LMF money in their sole discretion that a power line that was 100 feet tall would not substantially alter Coldstream Forest, they need not seek your 2/3 approval. This seems in direct conflict with the plain language of the authorizing statute for the Lands for Maine Future program, and the legislative reference there is in my testimony. There hasn't been an objective evaluation here. There's been no opportunity for public notice or comment. There's no standardized review process, no clear standard, no documentation. BPL has even admitted in their memo to the lease file that one of the reasons they do leases rather than rights of way for transmission, and I believe you heard this again from Director Cutco today, is that in their view, a 20-year lease is temporary and therefore doesn't need to trigger the need to seek legislative approval. I urge you to support accountability, engagement, fair process, and the public's interest in our public lands by voting to pass LD 1075. I also think you may want to look carefully at Director Parker's memo and whether you need to further clarify in the Land for Maine Future statute that legislative approval is required for all leases on LMF acquired lands. And I thank you for your time and be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Reardon? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Reardon, thank you for your testimony. You talked a little bit about the Coldstream parcel And it's my understanding that you had experience serving on BPL's advisory committee for the for that Upper Kennebec land management plan process. Can you just speak a little bit more about that and talk about what went on?
Sure. So I, as I think a lot of the committee members know, I worked for Trout Unlimited. I have for a long time. We and the Trust for Public Lands worked with BPL and Maine IF&W to acquire the Coldstream property. I think we started that in 2011. I think LMF applications went in 2014. And if I remember right, the property closed sometime in 2016. And then soon after the state had acquired that property, BPL did their update for their Upper Kennebec management plan, but that included the first management plan ever written for Coldstream Forest, and they asked me to serve on the committee. And one of the things that was frustrating once I saw some of the documents that came out in my participation in the CMP review, the NECEC review at the DEP, is that during that entire time, when I was working hand in glove with folks at the department to design this property and then serving on the management committee to write the management plan for it, what I had actually advocated for was that the Coldstream Forest property should be combined with those two public lots and treated as a single unit. The department, for reasons I never clearly understood, didn't do that. And I think what I found out after the fact was that they didn't do that because they'd already issued this lease, which I think would have clearly been inappropriate given the purposes for which the Coldstream Forest property was acquired. I think the take-home point, and I apologize for going on so long on your question, the take-home point here is that if anybody should have been solicited for their public input about what was happening on this particular piece of lands, it was me. I've been involved with them for a very long time. I was sitting on a committee that was created for the purpose of working with them to write a management plan. And not even I was even aware that this happened, much less asked what we thought about it, whether we considered it a substantial alteration, whether we thought there were conditions that should be put on it, all of which seem to be things you would ask the people who were advising you on your management plan.
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thanks. So if I remember correctly, that plan came out in 2019, correct? I'm just trying to get the timeline.
I'd have to look it up, but I can find out for sure, but that sounds about right.
Okay, thanks.
And 2019, maybe early 2020, but it's in that time frame.
Okay. My follow-up question is, can you just explain a bit more why it would have been appropriate for trout or other wildlife?
Sure. So the original vision for the Coldstream Forest property, and we mostly realized this, was to protect a series of headwater ponds, as much of the watershed of Coldstream as possible, and its confluence with the Kennebec River and a big deer yard that sits at that confluence. That was kind of the ecological vision in mind when we designed the project. And when I say protect the watershed, we did protect Coldstream with one exception, which is where the NECEC will cross it now, from its source to its mouth. We were not able to protect two tributaries. One comes across Route 201, really couldn't have been incorporated, but the other one, Tom Hegan Stream, starts on the Moosehead Forest easement, which is a previously publicly held easement from past work in the area, crosses a short piece of private land, and then flows onto the Johnson Mountain and West Forks lots. So if you think about watershed protection, you want to protect Tom Hegan Stream. Having it protected with the same kind of management plan that applies to Coldstream would be appropriate. We know that Tom Hegan Stream is critically important for brook trout. We've got tagged trout that leave the Kennebec River, swim up Coldstream, and take a right and swim up Tom Hegan Stream to spawn in the fall. So we know that connection is critically important. And so it would have been nice to have those as much as possible in single management to be thinking on a watershed scale.
Thank you. That's helpful. You got to the question. I just didn't ask it super clearly because what I meant by it, which I didn't specify, was why the substantial alteration of adding the corridor would have been inappropriate given what was going on. But I think you gave a good idea. So sorry for my lack of clarity, and thanks for your answers.
I appreciate your time. Thank you all.
Yep. Seeing no more questions, I will move on to Nick Bennett this time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the ACF committee. My name is Nick Bennett. I'm the staff scientist for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I'll be very brief because I don't have much to add to what's already been said, but we are testifying in strong support of LD 1075. Some objective criteria on what constitutes a substantial alteration under the Constitution would be very helpful, as well as clear requirements for public notice and public comment. I want to clarify, however, that the law of the land is the Constitution. Constitution trumps statute, Constitution trumps rules. So the fact that there are not rules outlining all of this really is irrelevant for the case of NECEC. The Constitution couldn't be clearer. A substantial alteration requires a 2/3 vote of the legislature. And I don't know how you could conceive of a project of this scale across public land as not resulting in a substantial alteration. It makes no sense. And so the absence of clear rules is not an excuse for what has happened here under two different administrations. So I think I will just leave it at that, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bennett? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank
Cheryl, Cheryl, is that our last person on this bill?
That's your last one.
That's all I have on my list. Okay,
That's
I will
right.
close the hearing on LD 1075. And I'll turn to Karen. I know we've got some language review, and I think we have, is it LD 1211? We want to talk about that today to vote on moving it out of our committee to MAR, possibly. But anyway, go ahead, Karen.
Possibly. Yeah, so first I emailed it to you this morning. This is the committee amendment to LD 486, a resolve directing the Bureau of Parks and Lands to convey land in Township 12, Range 13 in exchange for other land in Township 11, Range 10, and was unanimous. Committee report ought to pass as amended. And what you all voted to do was to instead just do a more broad resolve that would direct the Director of Parks and Lands to report progress on consolidating the remaining common and undivided parcels. There are 10 to 11 of them remaining. They couldn't provide an exact number without further research, and they will provide that number to you when they do report back to you as directed in the resolve. But the resolve reads that the Director of Bureau of Parks and Lands within the Department of ACF shall include in the Bureau's annual report on public reserved, non-reserved, and submerged lands, which is submitted on March 1st of each year, a progress report on the Bureau's efforts to consolidate common and undivided public lot parcels that are held in common with private landowners. Any questions?
I don't see anybody.
Okay. And then on the bill that you mentioned, 1211, so there are two options. So this is a resolve to create a working group to balance development and conservation in coastal waters and submerged lands. And what I heard from the chairs is that the Department of Marine Resources and the chairs of Marine Resources Committee think that this should be redirected to that committee. So because we're in a pandemic legislature, there is a process where chairs and leads could just fill out a form. Cheryl would handle that so that it gets re-referred to that committee. Or if the committee, rather, you can just vote to re-refer. And I believe it's just an up or down vote, so the majority. But anyway, there you have a couple options of how to proceed. I think the form was kind of intended to make the process easier, but to be honest, I don't see how it is easier because if you have more people that have to sign the form, and I don't think it'll be any quicker than if you have a unanimous committee vote of re-referring. So those are your options.
All right. So we had, I think, Randy, I don't know if everybody was there, but we met with the department and our ACF, and if I remember right, Randy, they were fine with it going to Marine Resources. Is that not correct, Maggie?
Yes, yes, it is correct. Yes.
So let's just have a show of hands. Everybody in favor of re-referring this to Marine Resources, just raise your hand, please. Everybody that I can see has the hand up. The only one I can't see is Representative Pluker. So
I didn't see Senator Maxman's hand. Oh, okay.
It's kind of one of those, it fades out. This a picture there or something. You back. And I don't know where Representative Pluker is. So it was unanimous of those voting. So
okay. Well, we do actually. Then we should. This is like voting. This will be a report of the committee. So, Cheryl, are you taking the vote?
Do you want me to do a roll call?
Yeah, we may want to do that over. That was kind of a straw vote, or however you want to handle it. It looks like it is unanimous, but Cheryl, are you all caught up? Because you are the keeper of the votes.
Yeah, I can just, it was unanimous except for Representative Fluker. So.
And he's not on video anyway,
Right.
so
Yep.
you'll have to catch up with him later. Yep, so it wouldn't count anyway.
Okay.
Oh,
look,
he's
it's
there
there.
now,
Yeah.
so.
I'm running to go get
I
my
caught his
daughter and I have to
attention.
pull over here. So what
kids
is
are
the
going.
title of the bill that we're talking about?
Yeah, I wasn't prepared. So it's, I have on my calendar an abbreviated version. So it's a resolve working group to balance development and conservation in coastal waters and submerged lands.
Am I a co-sponsor on that bill?
File. What's that?
Am I a co-sponsor on that bill?
Let me check.
And I don't know if you heard us say, Representative Pluker, but when we met with the department the other day, they were fine, ACF, of sending it to Marine Resources Committee.
You are.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I am. And that's Representative Williams's bill.
Yes.
And she's not on DMR. Is that right? Oh, Representative Maxman is, or Senator Maxman is on DMR.
I have a hard enough time keeping track of my own committees, so I don't know. I don't know who is on other committees except for transportation and ACF, but I could look into that if you want.
Who wants to transfer to DMR? I'm sorry for all these questions. I tried to stay out of at the I tried to stay. I didn't want to make a choice.
But you shouldn't have pulled over then.
That's how I felt too. But then you start talking about having to.
Of course, you can shut your camera. You can shut your camera off now, Representative Pluker, and you're gone again. So.
Oh.
It doesn't really matter how you vote now. It's
okay.
It's not unanimous. If it's one way it's unanimous, and one way it's just a one against. So.
Okay, and DACF has agreed to it, and DMR wants it.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I'm fine with it going over. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. You got that, Cheryl?
I got it. I got it.
So it's unanimous a vote to re-refer to Marine Resources.
Okay. And I have Senator Dill motioned it and Representative Hall seconded it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else for us, Karen?
No.
Can I have a motion?
Oh.
Representative Hall.
No, I got something. On Tuesday, when we was down in session, Representative Ducharme from Madison brought to my attention that LD 768, that's the bill on alternate uses of pulpwood and biomass products or whatever. He would like to see us, it's been referred to as to us, but he'd like to see it moved over to the IDEA committee because that's where he had originally intended for it to go. And I believe Senator Black is a co-sponsor on that, but I don't know what you guys think, but that was his suggestion. So I just want to bring that up.
Senator Dill, I'm also a co-sponsor on that, and I tend to agree.
Okay, Senator Black,
I'm fine with that.
okay. Anyone else? Representative O'Neill, have you looked at it or anything? I haven't looked at it yet, but
What's the LD on it?
768.
768.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of time before our next session anyway, if we have to.
Yeah.
We can do it next time.
Yeah. I just wanted to just throw it out, but the concept behind it is to come up with some innovative ideas, and it really doesn't have anything to do with us. But anyway, I just want to throw it out there.
All right. We can.
It is a concept draft.
Yeah.
Yes.
What, a concept draft? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then we definitely want to send it to them.
Yeah, right.
Anything else to come before us?
So you don't want to vote today?
Not today.
Okay,
Either that or the chairs and leads can figure it out too.
okay. Yeah.
Representative Underwood, I see your hand.
Oh, motion to adjourn, please.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by
Second.
Representative Hall. All in favor, raise your hands. Thank you all. See you
Thank
next.
you. Happy April Fools.
Yes.
Happy Easter, everybody.
You
Have
as
a
well.
pleasant.
Same to you.